Mr. Sanchez is here for you.
Yes. Morning, Mr. Sanchez. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sassu.
Good morning.
Also present is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Robert Sanchez, 241157.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Roberto Sanchez, 241157. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 10 years probation for illegal sexual contact, victim less than 13 years old, and sexual assault fourth after more than 2 years older, victim less than 13 years old. The offender is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 11th, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program and tier 2.
No, Sammy, it's not.
Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Sanchez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Wow.
Hey, what up? Hey, what up, Haley?
I done all the programs that I've been told to do. I would like to have an opportunity once more. So like that, I can help my mom. And I don't know what to expect from parole because I've never been on parole. So I'm willing to do what I have to as soon as if I get it. You know, I'm almost on my way out. And if I could get out sooner, if I could start my life all over again for the, you know, I will be happy and grateful if I could give me the opportunity.
Dan, talk
All
about
right, thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
No preparation whatsoever.
So what we're going to do is we've read your background,
Yes.
What's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, your plans that you've discussed with the parole officer that did your interview. I'm going to ask you some questions based upon that. We're then going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, and then we're going to discuss your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to start questions today with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Good
So
morning.
as I was listening to your opening statement, I did hear that you want to get on with your life and that you've done the programs that you've needed to do. So you're before us today for an illegal sexual contact with a victim that's under 13 years of age. And you deny that this contact occurred?
Yes, I deny it.
You deny all of it?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So the report that there was contact at least 10 times over a 3-year period, you disagree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Cool mustache.
So you pled under the Alford Doctrine, and so you must have agreed with something. There were things you didn't agree with and things you did agree with. So what did you agree to that prompted you to plead guilty?
No, it's not.
Well, the only way I played guilty was because they said that he said, she said it holds an 85% of sentencing in the in trial. So I had an 85% of losing the case. That's why I had plead guilty, because I don't want to do a massive sentence for something I didn't do. So they went because due to my record, they off, because I wasn't willing to do 27 years for something I didn't do if I lose the trial. So I had no other choice to plead guilty to a crime that I didn't commit. It's not the first time because I already went through it due to a domestic that happened with Maribel. So I ended up getting a 2-year sentence, two and a half year sentence in Manchester for a domestic that never happened.
We'll be the judge of
So I
that.
already knew was, this, how you say it, is a guilt. You're guilty until you prove yourself innocent instead of being the backwards.
Okay, so
that's what,
I'm hearing that you felt like you had no choice
yes, ma'am.
and you were backed into a corner. I mean, you have been through the courts, as you said. You do have a criminal history. You have a number of violation of probations. Let's talk about the treatment that you've completed. So I read in the summary from the sex offender treatment that you reflected on your poor choices that led to your negative consequences. When you say you reflected on your poor choices, what do you see as your poor choices?
Getting back with her when I already had separated. I was already advised that I shouldn't go back, that I shouldn't continue my life. It's going to continue. And I gave it the benefit of the doubt and I'm back into prison. Because we used to have a lot of arguments. And she used to call the cops constantly.
Why would you go back then if you were so innocent?
So the choices that you focused on in that group setting was that you returned to living with your the mother of the victim.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Any poor choices related to how, when you reflect on the relationship within the household, are there any poor choices you think, things you could have avoided?
He was framed.
Well, I didn't do nothing wrong to the house, I provide the best I could. I work, I provide for the house.
He felt this badly.
I helped them, I helped her get them, raise them. Because she also has two older sons. I mean, two sons, the two youngest ones. And I never had problems. Yes, we had arguments and all that, but nothing major.
Nothing major.
I did read that you were involved as a stepfather, engaged with the children. But I'm thinking more about relationships. I did read that you were an integral part of providing stability in the house financially through work and your presence. But what about emotional relationships? Can you reflect back and think of maybe where things could have have done something differently?
Well, they were majority in their rooms. So other than relationship-wise is they'll come and ask for advice. I used to give it to them. Other will help with their homework, Other than that, I never, got too involved because I was majority either working or come home and work on cars. So they was always in their room while they're playing PlayStation.
Are you guys buying what he's selling?
That's the most I could tell you.
So you're saying that you didn't really have an overly emotional connection to the young people in the home?
No, not like that.
Okay.
This is Connecticut.
So how do you think the victim feels?
You follow.
I don't know.
Free.
I was accused of a crime that I didn't commit. I know that. And I asked myself what made her come to this conclusion. You know, because they said that was happening since 2018. I wasn't living with them in 2018. You know, I came in again to the house for Christmas in 2018 because they wanted to see me. That's how we got back together.
This is in Dade County.
Then I was there to 2019 of Thanksgiving. Then we got separated again.
This is a parole board
And
hearing.
I was out of the house for it. That's when I got accused of this.
Hey, Jen, you don't want to know
Well,
what he
you know,
did.
I hear that you dispute that the sexual assault occurred. There is very detailed information about it, which always, you know, presents an interesting thought of how does the victim come up with so much detail if it didn't happen.
Right, Juan?
I don't know what to say, man.
Hey, Craig, thank you for
I
the
don't.
follow.
So talk to me a little bit more about the sex offender treatment program. When you go into a program like that and you deny that the offense occurred, how is it that you participate in it? Tell me how that worked for you.
Well, I listened to the stories that the people were saying, you know, the discussions, what they were about. And when she asked me, I was like, I don't know how to answer a question because I didn't know the response to it. But I understand what the class was about, you know, and I would try to do my best not to lead myself to something like that. Because I have raised two of my nieces and I never disrespected them.
Yeah.
You know, and right now they're grown women. One has 2 kids. The other one works for, I think, AT&T.
He's never been home. This is going to be his first parole
But
board
it's-
hearing.
Program, so
It's
what I'm
hard.
hearing, it is hard. When you're, I guess I'm wondering when you're participating in the treatment and you talk about, you know, you're listening to maybe how to avoid finding
Yes.
yourself in this situation in the future,
Yes.
which leads me to when you conclude the sex offender treatment program at the facility, I read that you develop a relapse plan where
Thank
you
you for the
identify
follow.
the risks and ways to avoid them in the community. Is that something that you did for yourself?
Hey, thank
I
you.
understand. I don't understand.
So when you're finishing the program, right, when you're getting towards the end, we read that all the participants develop a plan for being in the community, right?
Yes.
That you don't find yourself in another situation that you could be charged with these offenses again, right? How to avoid these situations. And what did you develop for yourself?
Well, so far, I got that, you know, I got a job as soon as I get out, you know, and I'm trying to start my own business. And on top of it, also, I'm going to be helping my mom when I get out. So I will be basically all occupied
Thank you,
and
John.
dealing with the programs that I be given by y'all. So I won't have no opportunity to committing a crime like this. And I don't even think about making a crime like this
Thank you, Tara.
because it's not in me.
Okay, so how do you avoid putting yourself in a situation? Because now that you're convicted of these charges, and
Yes.
you know that you have to be on the sex offender registry for 10 years,
Yes, ma'am.
you'll basically, you know, be monitored very closely.
Yes.
So what is your plan to avoid
a parole board
any
hearing.
perception
Hey, what up, Ryder?
that you could be charged with anything like this in the future, or your behaviors could be misinterpreted? What is your plan for that?
Right now, the only answer I got is apply by the rules.
I think
and
this is Brooklyn.
that y'all give me, you know, and do the best I can because I got family members and they're gonna be around me. The ones that are helping me. I never lost. Nobody turned their back on me. They're all there. I
What
got
up,
two
Bobby?
nephews that they into cars. So that's another part that it hurts because I don't know how to deal with it.
Hey, if you want to see
This is
the
my
hearings,
first time going through this.
this is where you can see them at.
So I don't know what to expect.
I run them every day,
Okay.
Monday through Friday,
So
different states.
I'm going to go back to, you brought up the fact that you have been on probation before, you pled guilty to other offenses. And then I mentioned to you, you have a number of violation of probation.
Triple flush.
Where you were on probation, either got arrested again or did
I got
something
you.
that didn't comply with the conditions.
Yo, nice.
So
Well,
how do you think,
I was young, and the violations of probation is that you're saying is possession of narcotics. And the violation was because I had a dirty urine.
Drop one,
Because
flush one.
I smoke pot.
okay,
I'm not-
but that's a
That's the
violation
only-
of probation.
Yes,
She's heard
that was the
totally
violation.
flush.
All right.
But I
So
was
my,
young.
well,
But I was young. Yes, I was young. I'm 40. I'm about to be 49 years old.
Yeah, this is real life. This
I had
actually
matured from
happened.
that. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. It's like I spoke to Miss Logan.
35 tonight, yeah.
no. So I'm doing some quick math, Mr. Sanchez. And when you had those violations of probation, you were in your mid-30s. So, from our perspective, that's not young. Young is 18, 19, early 20s. So being in your 30s and choosing to make a conscious choice
What
to
up,
violate your probation is concerning for us.
SO of a
Okay.
child or SA of
Because
a
when
child.
you go out to this probation, it will, it'll be a much higher level of supervision because of the
Yeah,
charges.
I was smoking pot at that time. I don't smoke. Before I got locked up, I had stopped. Because that's where the violation came from smoking pot, dirty urine. And I had stopped way before I got sentenced on this one.
Okay.
So I know I could accomplish this one. And before I got locked up, I was on a probation for the domestic. And I completed all that. And I had a restraining order, and I completed that.
Brooklyn, the facility I think is called
I'm
Brooklyn.
trying to better myself. I don't want to keep making the same mistake.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to push myself to a better person. I know I didn't commit this crime. So I have to make the better out of it.
You should have taken it to trial, homeboy.
It's not like I'm going to keep making the same mistakes. So if to better myself, I got to do better and apply by rules. Because right now, I know I'm going to be supervised. And I know I don't want to come back in here. I just lost my father on this sentence. I had no opportunity to pay my respect. My mom is almost in the same age. She's almost 70. So I'm not planning to lose her when I'm incarcerated. And I know my freedom lays in your hand.
Nah, homeboy, it lays in your hands.
So I have no other choice but apply by the rules.
Okay.
That's the only thing I have.
You understand and the requirements of being on the sex offender registry?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you've thought about being on probation.
Yep, right.
Have you thought about what some of the conditions of your probation would be?
No, I don't know because I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that for charges such as yours, you would be
What up,
required
buddy?
to do problem sexual behavior treatment again in the community.
This is a parole board
Okay.
hearing.
You will be prohibited from being around minors without permission of the parole officer.
Okay.
So you'll, as you said, you'll have a lot to think about in
See
terms
you
of
when I
complying
die.
with the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Connecticut, Brooklyn.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, thank you. I have no other
facility.
questions.
I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you for the
Absolutely.
follow,
Board
Karen.
members Aposesto, any questions?
Do not.
Hey,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Going to, at this point, Mr. Sanchez, your portion of the hearing is over, so you just sit there and listen.
What do you guys think? Do you
No
guys think
more,
they're gonna let him out or
speaking.
not?
Ms. Hamlet-Williams,
California raised,
could
I
you help
believe.
us with victim input, please?
Yes, thank you, Sir Chair. Good morning. I do have a statement from the grandmother of the victim,
Oh, the
and it
grandmother.
reads, to whom it may concern, I disagree with Roberto Sanchez being approved for early release due to the damage he has caused my granddaughter due to the rape, molestation, physical abuse, and mental abuse. My granddaughter
What up?
currently attends
life
therapy
speech.
on a weekly basis because she has suicidal episodes, nightmares, and she relives her trauma on a daily basis.
Damn.
My granddaughter currently doesn't feel safe, and I know it will take time for her to heal. She was working part-time and had to quit, being that she felt that she was being followed and constantly watched by Roberto Sanchez. Not only has he done damage to her, but he has also caused mental and emotional damage to myself. 5 years is not enough time for the crime that he has committed. I plead you to have Roberto Sanchez fulfill his 5-year sentence as stated when he was originally sentenced. Sincerely, grandmother of the victim. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams. Board member Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's a difficult
Yep, only
it's a
5
difficult
years
case
because he took a deal.
because Mr. Sanchez, although he pled guilty, albeit under the Alford Doctrine, did plead guilty. Yet he sits before us today denying his involvement in the assault
He took 5 years.
of the minor.
If he would have taken it to trial, it would have been 20 or something. But I would have
He's
not taken
40
that. Screw that. Especially since he's saying that he
48
didn't do it.
years old, thank you.
No, thank you.
He has done the programs. He has no history of these types of crimes.
Right.
There's no history. He does have a history of possession of narcotics. He does have a history of sale, operating under suspension, but nothing of a violent nature. And I don't have the circumstances that is violent. There is a protective order for the victim until 2099.
Damn,
He had
2009.
requirements at the facility to participate in the sex offender treatment program and the Tier 2 program, an addiction services program. He did both of those programs, satisfied all those two requirements. You know, it's hard to understand what he actually learned from the sex offender treatment program if he
Wood chipper.
denies the offense, but he did get a favorable report from the treatment provider that he did participate, that he did his homework, that he engaged in conversation, he engaged in group discussions and developed a relapse plan. I do have the sense from him today that he does have a plan to avoid any types of behaviors in the future that might place him in these situations again. He has support in the community. He has an opportunity for employment. He scores moderate risk overall.
Damn, it sounds like they're going
for
to let him out.
reoffending, and in terms of the sex offender treatment assessment, he does score low for risk to recidivate. He is past his parole eligibility date and would have not a lengthy period of time on parole. I also wanted, in situations where individuals deny the offense or partially deny the offense,
Connecticut.
we know that in addition to having to continue with sex offender treatment in the community, he'll be required to participate in a credibility assessment.
I think she was
So
younger
in
younger
Mr.
than I think she was
Sanchez's case, it's my
under 12.
understanding that'll happen pretty quickly when he starts treatment.
Older than
and
2
will
years old,
address his
younger than
denials
12.
Right.
and any other behaviors related to these charges, and that it will all be addressed appropriately in treatment. He has 10 years of probation on this case. He has 10 years on the sex offender registry. And as I said earlier, there's a protective order in place for the victim, which in terms of the grandmother's statement, the protective order would provide that level of, I would hope, safety and security for the victim in this matter. We're not here to retry the case.
Right.
We're here to look at Mr. Sanchez's charges and what he's done to address his risk factors, which he has done through both types of treatment, through the TIER program and the sex offender treatment program. There's also an indication that he worked a bit while he was in one of the other facilities. I do think that Mr. Sanchez is presented to be suitable for parole supervision today based on the documents that we had for review. I do appreciate the victim's grandmother coming forward, providing the information. I think it's important that the victim remains in treatment and seems to have support herself. So I think that's a positive piece to that. So for today, I would find Mr. Sanchez suitable for discussion on the role.
Thank you, Board Member Smith-Palmieri. A couple of things that I wanted to point out here is he has been on community release and parole in the past and finished it successfully. It was 10 years ago. And since January of 2015, outside of the current offense, which is a terrible one, the only thing that he has had in the community has been motor vehicle types of offenses. And I think it's really important for him to engage in treatment in the community. And when you said he's past his parole date, he's a year almost past his parole date. So I would also be in support of his parole today.
Yeah, well, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Sassy Zappo, but I regardless of whether he's passed his parole or he did not, our determination is for suitability.
Absolutely.
Right? I just mentioned when we're talking about how long he'll be on community release, parole community release, that's all.
Right.
Thank you.
No, absolutely.
I agree with her assessment.
All right. I have halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, no contact with victims, JRMC.
I had nothing else.
Anything? Okay. Regarding Roberto Sanchez 241157, moves grant parole enter after February 28, 2025, with the following stipulations that will apply to his discretionary parole. Halfway house placement if necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, no contact with victim, initials JR or MC. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Sanchez, you've been voted to parole, and your stipulations and how you'll proceed with treatment from here will be explained to you prior to your release, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Roberto Sanchez, 241157. You're all set, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you. Have a good
You'll get all
day.
your paperwork next week.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Cornier, can I please get Esquillin?
You got it.
Thank you.
Seat right there and they'll be right with you, okay?
All set here.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Rivera, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I do. Good morning, Mr. Esquillin.
Buenos días.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Buenos días, soy la oficial de libertad condicional Ludin. Hoy es viernes 28 de febrero del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro, certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación de esta audiencia.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
José Esquillin, 42-35-13.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Esquillin 423513. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, executed suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of criminal possession of a pistol. He has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is violation of protective order. He has an additional violation of probation. The underlying charges are assault third and violation of a protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 29th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed domestic violence, tier 2, and he's currently participating in the CLIP program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Esquillin, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de José Esquillin, número 423-513. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 8 años de prisión, ejecución suspendida luego de servir 3 años, seguido de 3 años de libertad provisional por 2 cargos de posesión criminal de una pistola, violación de probatoria con ofensa subyacente, una violación de orden de protección, violación de probatoria con agresión en tercer grado y violación a orden de protección. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 29 de noviembre del 2024. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado violencia doméstica, Tier 2, y actualmente está participando en un CLIP. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia. Mr. Esquillin, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Bueno, le doy los buenos días. Yo creo que me deben dar una oportunidad porque yo tengo familia que me necesita. También tengo una hija que la estuve cuando caí preso, o nunca he estado con ella en lo que ella ha estado en la vida. Me he entregado a las manos de Dios, he estado haciendo las cosas bien.
I believe that I deserve a chance. My family needs me. I also have a daughter that I had when I first came to prison, and I haven't had the chance to spend time with her. Now I'm following the path of God.
Yo acepto mi responsabilidad, yo sé que yo estuve mal y el tiempo que he estado aquí encarcelado me he dado de cuenta que mi novia y mis hijas son las que sufrieron. Me pongo nervioso, perdón. Mis hijas son las que sufrieron y he completado todos los programas, me aceptaron también en las medias casas. Yo cogí mi parol por unas medias casas.
Okay. I am taking responsibility of my actions. I know that I was wrong. All this time in prison have helped me understand that my girlfriend and my daughter have been suffering because of this. I completed all the programs that I was supposed to take, and I asked to be paroled to a halfway house. ¿Sería todo, señora Esquillin?
Sí.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Esquillin. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background before you came to prison, what has happened since you've been in, and your interview with the parole officer. And what we're going to do is ask some questions based upon that to arrive if you're suitable to go to parole. Okay?
Gracias, señora Esquillin. Nosotros hemos leído acerca de sus antecedentes, acerca de lo que ha hecho en el tiempo que ha estado en prisión. Hemos leído acerca de su entrevista. Le haremos preguntas en relación a esto y basado a esto deliberaremos en su caso a ver si usted merece la libertad condicional.
So I'm going to start with questions today. And one of my biggest concerns here is this is a domestic violence case. It involved an assault and violations of protective orders. And what you added into the mix was gun charges. And that's a very deadly combination, especially with what was reported. It goes back 4 years, almost 4 years, but to, your assault third conviction and what the victim in that case said when it reported that you said when she was awoken by you being in her bedroom over her bed.
Mi mayor preocupación en este caso es que esto es un caso de violencia doméstica, el cual envuelve una agresión, también envuelve violaciones a la probatoria y se le añade a esto también cargos de armas. Esto es una combinación mortal. Lo que veo es que esto va 4 años atrás, esta agresión. En su víctima reportó que usted ya se despertó viéndola a usted parado sobre ella en la habitación de ella.
Why did you have guns?
Porque usted tenía armas de fuego.
Yo tenía armas de fuego porque yo tengo unos amigos que son dueños de unos club y yo casi era como el bouncer de ellos. No tengo permiso para cargar pistola, pero aparte del caso de doméstico, eso han pasado 4 años. Yo después de la última vez que estuve esos 4 años, yo nunca he tenido contacto ni físicamente, ni cartas, nada con ella. Y cuando estaba afuera, yo estaba haciendo bien todo mi probación. Éramos 2 personas tóxicos. Nosotros, yo y ella.
Deme un momento, por favor. So I had a firearm because my friends, they own a club, and I was working as a
Yeah,
bouncer.
I'm sorry, they own
A club,
a club.
and I was working as a bouncer. I do not have a permit, and that's the reason why I had the firearm. When it comes to the domestic violence case, that was 4 years ago. And after this, I never had any contact with her. I never called her, wrote to her. It was a very toxic relationship.
Éramos 2 personas tóxicas. Yo me dejaba de ella dijo también en todo eso, hay muchas cosas que son verdad y algunas cosas que ellas son embustes. Fuimos 2 tóxicos, ella me dejaba, yo la buscaba, yo la dejaba, ella me buscaba. Pero ahora que yo tengo una hija, me pongo en los zapatos de ella, porque yo no quisiera nunca que eso le pasara a mi hija. Cuando yo caí preso, mi novia tenía un mes de embarazo. Y eso fue para mí, que eso me cambió la vida por completo.
Traducir, por favor. We were both very toxic. There's a lot of things that are truth, but there's a lot of things that are a lie as well. She used to break up with me. I used to go back to her. I used to break up with her and she would go back to me. It was like an ongoing situation. And now I understand because now I have a daughter and I wouldn't like something like that to happen to her.
What did you learn in the domestic violence program
¿Qué usted aprendió en el programa de violencia doméstica
that's applicable to you?
que le aplica a usted?
Aprendí bastantes cosas porque yo he tenido ese problema de doméstico con ella, pero no fue que un doméstico como que va a pasar algo, como que ella perdería la vida. Yo no soy una persona así. Pero de verdad, en verdad, yo aprendí tantas cosas en ese programa que ahora mismo si una mujer viene a hacerme algo a mí, yo tengo que llamar a la policía y yo llamar a la probatoria. Yo tengo mi novia y yo he estado 2 años y medio con ella y yo nunca he tenido problemas así de doméstico con ella. Aprendí muchas cosas de ese programa. También de Chilsu también. Y de CLI aprendí súper porque yo nunca he sido papá. Yo vine a ser papá de preso.
En un momento, señora Esquillin. I was able to learn a lot with this program. I had the domestic violence case with her, but it was not something that I was going to put her life at risk. Now I understand that if something like that happens again, I have to call the police or I have to talk to my parole officer. Now I am in a different relationship. I have a girlfriend that I've been with her for 2.5 years. I also wanted to say that I also took the Tier 2 program and I am taking the CLIC program to be a better father.
What did you learn about 2 things that come out from the description of the assault and violation of protective order? What have you learned about how to handle situations where jealousy or things like that, anger, come into the relationship? What did you learn about that?
¿Cuáles son las cosas que están relacionadas a la agresión o a la violación de la orden de protección que usted aprendió? Por ejemplo, cuando se refiere a cómo manejar situaciones donde hay celos o donde la ira se envuelve en la relación. ¿Qué usted aprendió en referencia a esto?
Yo aprendí bastante. Ahora mismo, el tiempo que llevo encarcelado, me ha dado mucha oportunidad para reflexionar mis cosas y, como te digo, ahora mismo sí he controlado la ira. Yo no soy una persona violenta, pero ahora mismo yo, en verdad, si pasa algo así, yo lo más que puedo hacer es irme, no estar en la situación, no bregar con el caso, irme. Aquí de encarcelado he aprendido bastante a controlar mi hiperactividad.
The time that I've been incarcerated has given me the time to reflect about how to control my anger. I am not a violent person, but I have learned how to walk away from situations. I have also learned how to control my hyperactivity.
How do you handle jealousy, though? Because that seemed to be a piece of this is the third case.
¿Cómo usted manejaría los celos? Porque esto se ve que estuvo relacionado con este caso de agresión.
Pues los celos, ya yo no soy así celoso, pero aprendí a controlar mucho las cosas. Yo no soy una persona celosa, pero ¿cómo te digo? No sé, yo controlo los celos yéndome a un sitio, alejándome. Controlar los celos así, alejándome de la persona.
I do not consider myself a jealous person, but I have learned how to control things and jealousy. And I think one of the ways that you can control jealousy is just to walking away from the person.
I want to move on. So you have a substance use score of a 4. And you have history with marijuana and perks. What did you learn in Tier 2 about yourself when it's related to substance use and addiction?
El abuso de sustancia, usted tiene un nivel de puntaje en nivel 4, usted tiene un historial de uso de marihuana y perks. ¿Qué usted aprendió en el programa de Tier 2 que está relacionado a su abuso de sustancias?
Sí, yo me metía muchas percoses, yo estaba también usaba mucha marihuana, pero yo llevo sin usar percoses, por eso a veces cuando me ponía agresivo era porque estaba bajo el efecto de la percose. Y llevo casi 3 años sin usar percocet ni nada. Y aprendí mucho también bastante en Tier 2, porque ahí habían cosas como que para yo poder ayudar a la gente que tiene adicción, me pude reflexionar yo mismo para dejar esas cosas. Yo si salgo, si tengo que coger un programa de adicción afuera, también lo cojo.
Un momento, por favor. Yes, I was using a lot of perks, and a lot of times I was also using a lot of marijuana. A lot of times when I was angry and when I was being aggressive was because I was under the effect of the perks. But it's been 3 years now that I have been without using any of it. And Tier 2 also helped me to understand people with addiction, how to control the situation and how to help people who are going through the same situation. And if I need to get help and take programs outside, I am I am willing to look for help.
The last thing that I really wanted to talk to you about was there's 6 disciplinary reports since you've been in. None of them are violent. It's not good to have disciplinary reports, but none of them are violent, which is a good thing. However, one of them has to do with violation of unit rules, and 3 of them have to be are related to disobeying a direct order. And from my read on them, you were told to do something and you didn't do it right away. You know that if you're on parole and your parole officer tells you that you need to do something, that means right away.
Usted tiene 6 reportes de disciplina, ninguno de ellos es violento, lo que es algo bueno. No es bueno tener reportes de disciplina, pero al menos no son de índole violento. Veo que hay algunos de ellos que es violación a las reglas de la unidad y desobedecer órdenes directas cuando le dijeron que hiciera algo. Usted sabe que si usted está bajo libertad condicional, cuando su oficial le diga que tiene que hacer algo, tiene que hacerlo al momento.
Sí, hablando de eso, nunca he tenido problemas de agresión ni de droga ni nada. Lo que pasa es que yo no sé mucho inglés. So, hay veces que ellos me dicen como, las últimas 2 reportes han sido de que me he metido por un cúbico. Yo sé, es algo chiquito y a mis amigos viven en los cúbicos. No mis amigos, las personas que conozco viven en los cúbicos. So, yo me pongo a hablar con ellos o a veces me envuelvo. Yo soy una persona hiperactiva, siempre estoy caminando y eso, me envuelvo y entro para allá y los guardias se creen que yo no le estoy haciendo caso, pero es que yo no entiendo mucho en inglés. Lo entiendo bien poquito. Y aquí, en esta prisión, es como una prisión de militar, hay que andar derecho y todo eso, pero yo sé que yo estuve mal en esas cositas. Pero si tú ves en los mismos reportes, son cosas como que me metí un cúbico a dar comida a la persona que yo cociné, cosas así.
Yes, I never got into any type of problems when it comes to fights or drugs. What happened is just that I do not understand English very well. And if you notice the reports, most of the DRs is of me going into other people's cubicles. And there's a lot of people here that I know and I talk to them. And I am a very hyper person. I'm always walking back and forth. And I just go there, I talk to them. And most of the time is because I really do not understand like that when they're talking to me, but I still know that I was wrong.
Okay. But it's really important to understand that if you're out and you're on parole and your parole officer tells you to do something and he uses English and you don't understand, you need to stop what you're doing right away and ask for clarification. You know that, right?
Entiendo esto, pero es muy importante que usted entienda que si usted está en libertad condicional y le dicen que haga algo, es importante que usted lo haga. Y si usted no entiende, es importante que pida clarificación.
Sí, cuando yo estuve afuera, yo nunca estuve en probatoria y yo nunca le di problemas al de mi probatoria. Cuando yo iba donde él siempre tenía un traductor. So, yo lo entiendo eso. Si el parol me dice que tengo que estar en un sitio, tengo que estar en un sitio. Lo que él diga, uno lo va a hacer.
Yes, I was on probation before and I never got in trouble. There was always a translator available to help me, and I do understand that if they tell me to do something, I need to do it right away.
Okay. And what I have is that you want to go to a halfway house in Waterbury or Bridgeport, and that you can get work back at the factory again?
Lo que tengo es que usted quisiera ir a un halfway house en el área de Waterbury o Bridgeport y que también podría regresar nuevamente a su trabajo en la factoría.
Sí, yo cogí un halfway house porque yo antes trabajaba en una factoría y el primo de mi novia tiene un trabajo ya para mí y también yo quería irme con un halfway house para que ellos me ayuden, tener consejeros, para ir paso por paso.
Yes, I chose to go to a halfway house and I was working in a factory. My girlfriend's cousin had a job waiting for me. And I also chose a halfway house because I want to get the help when it comes to counseling, programming, things like that.
What kind of job?
¿Qué clase de trabajo le tienen esperando por usted?
Pues el primo de mi novia tiene un trabajo haciendo piezas de aviones en una factoría.
My cousin's girlfriend works in a factory. They build airplane parts.
Okay, so he's going back to a factory. That's good. I really don't have anything further. Board members, Apple-Sassoni?
Yes, good morning. Where did you get the guns?
¿Dónde usted consiguió esta arma?
Yo las compré en la calle.
I brought them in the streets.
Did you learn how to use the guns?
¿Usted aprendió cómo utilizar estas armas?
No, porque yo nunca he disparado un arma ni nada, la tenía por seguridad.
No, because I have never discharged a firearm. I was just doing it because of safety.
So my concern is 26 years old and lack of responsibility, including why did you run from the police?
Mi preocupación es 26 años de edad y veo que hay una falta de responsabilidad. ¿Y por qué usted corrió de la policía?
Sí, tengo 26 años de edad, soy un menor, casi menor, pero le corrí a los policías porque vi que eran muchos y el día ese me arrestaron, vi que eran muchos y me asusté. Yo parezco de hiperactividad.
Yes, I am 26 years old. And the reason that I ran from the police was because it was a lot of them and I got scared. I suffer from hyperactivity and I got scared. I ran.
So, you know, now is the time as a father, and if you want to come out into the community, that you need to start taking responsibility for your actions.
Usted ahora es padre y es el momento que si quiere estar por la comunidad, tiene responsabilidad de sus acciones.
Board members, Smith Plummer?
Yeah, I just have a follow-up.
Sí,
So, Mr. Do you have something else to add?
¿Quiere añadir algo adicional?
no, está bien.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so Mr. Esquillin, I'm concerned, my concern is that you were out on bond for being in possession of a firearm, and 2 months later, you have another firearm. Why would you go out and get another gun when you've already been arrested and going to court for being in violation of having a weapon?
Mr. Esquillin, mi preocupación es que usted estaba bajo fianza, usted había pagado fianza por estar en posesión de un arma de fuego. Y 2 meses después, entonces usted también busca otra arma de fuego cuando ya usted había sido arrestado y tenía que ir a corte por esto.
Sí, después de me cogieron la primera, después de 2 meses me cogieron la segunda, pero eso fue ignorancia, no estaba pensando muy bien. Como les dije, yo estaba con unas personas que eran bouncers y todo eso. Me arrepiento de esto porque ahora mismo yo tengo una hija y no quiero que ella vea violencia. Yo he cambiado mucho de preso y eso se lo puedo demostrar.
Yes, I was caught a second time after 2 months, and it was ignorance, and I was hanging out with my friends. And I regret it now, and now that I have a daughter, especially, I know that I was wrong.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Okay, Mr. Esquillin, your portion of the hearing is over. We're gonna talk about your case and give you an answer, okay?
Mr. Esquillin, la porción de su audiencia ya culminó. Vamos a hablar ahora de su caso y darle la decisión.
So, certainly there's 2 violation of probations here. One of them has to do with an assault third, and both of them have to do with violation of protective orders. And it's highly concerning when 2 of the offenses that we're here for now are for criminal possession of pistol revolver. You know, it's very concerning. So there's 6 disciplinary reports, none of which are violent in nature. I can understand that possibly with a violation of the unit rules and disobeying a direct order, reading about their backgrounds, that it could very well have been a language barrier kind of thing. However, there are still 6 DRs here. He has the opportunity. He's taken some programming. He's taken domestic violence, and he's taken tier 2, and he's involved in the CLIC program. It appears that fatherhood is very important to him. And he has a couple of things that he gleaned from the DV program. The biggest of which, 2 times he said he would walk away from things, but having deeper skills in terms of how to deal with the description of what happened with the underlying assault third on the VOP. That's why I asked the question on jealousy and anger, you know. It's concerning. I'm open to hearing what other board members have to say. Board members, Amir?
Want to interpret?
You want to
Mr. Esquillin tiene dos violaciones a la probatoria, tiene una agresión en tercer grado, tiene violaciones a las órdenes de protección. Estas son ofensas que son preocupantes, además de que tiene la posesión criminal de armas de fuego o pistola, las cuales son muy preocupantes. Él tiene un total de 6 reportes de disciplina, los cuales no son de naturaleza violenta. Entiendo que violación a la unidad, a las reglas de la unidad y desobediencia de reglas. Entiendo que esto puede haber sido una barrera del lenguaje. De todas maneras, son un total de 6. Él ha tomado varios programas, ha tomado el programa de violencia doméstica, tomó el programa de Tier 2 y está involucrado en el programa de CLIC, por lo que veo que la paternidad es algo muy importante para él. Se ve que pudo adquirir algún conocimiento del programa de violencia doméstica, donde él mencionó que se alejaría de la situación, pero también quisiera ver que hubiesen destrezas más profundas cuando se relaciona a los cargos de agresión y a la violación de la probatoria. Esta fue la razón por la que pregunté acerca de los celos y el manejo de ira.
So I agree with everything that you've already put forward, Mr. Poe. I think Mr. Esquillin, he's a young individual. He's 26. The violation probations are not because he violated any additional contact with the victim in those.
Right.
They're for the 2 new gun charges. And what I think he has done really nice work in the Tier 2 program. He appears to have learned from the domestic violence program. I do see elements of maturity in terms of relationships and being a parent. It seems that we won't know about the Tier 2 program until he gets out in the community and he can put those skills to use. But I think he gets the the basis of that program.
Yeah.
So my concern on Mr. Esquillin's case is that he was on probation,
Yep.
had a gun,
Yep.
posted bond.
Yep.
They violated his probation, and 2 months later, he has another gun. Now, and I understand that he was scared, and that's why he ran. But he was scared because he had another gun,
right.
And he was already facing gun charges. Right. It's hard for me to get by that in terms of risk to the community.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that, you know, he scores moderate. All his risk domains are low, so he seems to have addressed that. I am concerned about the disciplinary reports. I do appreciate that there probably is a bit of a language barrier, but there's 6 of them.
Yeah.
So at some point, I think that Mr. Esquillin probably knew he was doing things that were not within the rules of the Department of Corrections. You know, I just, it's the second gun charge that is concerning to me. Yeah. And that for that reason, I think that Mr. Esquillin needs to be able to make better decisions. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that I can find him suitable for parole today. I think that the disciplinary reports, you know, they are not violent. And I also know that, but they are also following the rules.
Right.
And
that has everything to do with being on parole.
It has a lot to do with being on parole. And I think at Mr. Esquillin's young age, you know, he should be able to follow the rules. He knows what he needs to do and not do. So for me today, I don't find him suitable for discretionary parole.
When I brought up the assault third and the description underneath that, what I was really getting to is now he is possessing guns. If he's in the same situation, where are
right. And I think he seems to have put that relationship behind him. There is a violation, there's a protective order in place, which that's not what the violation of probation is for. Right. The violation of probation are for the gun charges. Right. And you know, and from where we sit, those are very, very serious charges on 2 separate occasions.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Board members, oh, I'm sorry.
Yo estoy de acuerdo con lo que mi compañero mencionó. Él es un individuo todavía joven, tiene 26 años de edad, tiene los cargos de violación aprobatoria. Estos cargos no han sido porque ha estado en contacto con la víctima, sino han sido por cargos de armas. Aunque veo que él ha mostrado elementos de que es más maduro y que tiene mejores relaciones, por ejemplo, ahora que es padre, y también entendió lo que es la base de los programas que ha tomado. Lo que me preocupa mayormente es que estas ofensas sucedieron cuando él estaba bajo probatoria, donde tenía estos cargos de armas de fuego. Puso fianza, adquirió nuevos cargos de armas de fuego, y entiendo que él dijo que corrió porque estaba asustado, pero la razón por la que estaba asustado es porque sabía que tenía un arma nuevamente. Él tiene un puntaje moderado, y también me preocupan los reportes de disciplina que tiene. Entiendo que puede que haya habido una barrera del lenguaje, pero son un total de 6. Entiendo que a pesar de una barrera del lenguaje, en algún momento él tuvo que darse cuenta que no estaba siguiendo las reglas de la unidad. Por lo tanto, esto es preocupante para mí, ya que de esto es que se basa la libertad condicional, de que se sigan las reglas en todo momento. Y ahora seguía estando en posesión de estas armas, aunque su violación a la probatoria no fue por estar en contacto con la víctima, sino por los cargos de armas en repetitivas ocasiones. Por esto no lo veo idóneo en este momento para tener libertad condicional.
Board Member Sapo says.
I too am concerned about the guns, and in trying to measure offender change. I have seen some maturation, as we've noted, but there's also a series of excuses. There's you know, if I had a dime for every time someone said I was young and stupid, then there's hyperactivity, there's language barriers. And at some point, I just don't think the excuses are adding up with enough growth. And I didn't hear enough about the strategies to manage change at this point.
So, okay, I'm sorry.
Mi preocupación mayormente son las armas de fuego y en cuanto él ha cambiado, esto es de muchas excusas, por ejemplo, la hiperactividad, las barreras del lenguaje y todas estas excusas no me están sumando a todo lo que ha sucedido.
I have nature and circumstance, the current offense committed while on probation and for institutional adjustment.
That's what I had.
Regarding Jose Esquillin, 423513, I move to deny parole based upon nature and circumstances of the current offense committed while on probation and for institutional adjustment. Is there a second? Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Esquillin, we were not able to give you parole today. We do wish you well and continue to stay involved in that program. Come out and be a really good dad.
Esquillin número 423513, hacemos una moción para negar su salida bajo libertad condicional por las siguientes razones: naturaleza y circunstancia de la ofensa actual, pobre ajuste institucional y ofensa cometida mientras estaba en libertad provisional.
All set.
This concludes the parole hearing for Jose Esquillin, 423513.
Se concluye la audiencia de José Esquillin número 423513.
Cornier, I will take Ochoa-Duran.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Ms. Rivera, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I don't.
Good morning, Mr. Ochoa-Duran. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Helen Zappo Sasso.
Good morning.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de libertad condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes 28 de febrero del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación de esta audiencia.
Sí, entiendo. Buenos días.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Miguel Ochoa-Duran, 436815.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Miguel Ochoa-Duran, 436815. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 5 years probation for 2 counts of risk of injury to a child. The offender also received an unconditional discharge for 2 counts of reckless endangerment second. He is not required to register on the sex offender registry. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 21st, 2024. As there is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, voices, he worked as a janitor, and he's enrolled in GED classes. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Ochoa-Duran, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Miguel Ochoa-Duran, número 436815. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 20 años de prisión, ejecución suspendida luego de 5 años, 5 años de libertad provisional a seguir por 2 cargos de riesgo de daño a un niño. El ofensor también recibió una salida incondicional por 2 cargos de peligro imprudente en segundo grado y no está requerido a registrarse en el registro de ofensor sexual. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 21 de febrero del 2024. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado el programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo. Voices trabaja de mantenimiento y está registrado en clases del GED. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia de ofensa sexual cae en rango bajo moderado. Mr. Ochoa-Duran, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
¿Cómo están? Buenos días. Primeramente quiero decirles a ustedes que gracias por la oportunidad que me dan de poder expresar mis sentimientos hacia ustedes. Tengo mucho respeto a las autoridades y mi oportunidad por la que quiero salir afuera sería por seguir cumpliendo con ustedes la libertad condicional que tengo. Quiero demostrarles ser una persona de bien. Siempre lo he sido, pero quizás anteriormente no me conocían a mí. Hoy quiero que me conozcan estando con esa oportunidad de allá afuera. Mi meta es trabajar duro, como siempre lo he venido haciendo. No sé si ustedes tuvieron oportunidad de hablar con mi jefe, pero él está dispuesto a darme el trabajo nuevamente. Trabajaba 12
Por favor, señor, para poder traducir, ¿ok? First of all, good morning, and thank you for giving me the chance to express myself here today, to express my feelings. I want to tell you that I respect the authorities and the law, and I would like to be released on parole because I want to be able to comply with all the rules. I want to show that I am a good person, a good member of society. I want to be able to prove that to you on the outside. My goal is to keep working hard. I don't know if you have the chance to speak to my supervisor, and he is willing to give me a job again outside in the community. Continúa.
Sí, él está dispuesto a seguirme dando trabajo. Trabajaba 12 horas al día y espero volver a regresar a hacer lo mismo siempre. Con el respeto y, como digo, esperando la oportunidad que ustedes me den para poder hacerlo todo eso. También quiero cumplir con mi familia, ya que ellos están como abandonados, diría en este caso, por mi situación que tengo aquí, pero quiero restablecer la comunicación con ellos, ayudarles con su salud, porque muchas de las veces la pasan mal. Y también, obviamente, que si puedo ayudar en la comunidad con algo, lo voy a hacer, pero quiero seguir cumpliendo con ustedes correctamente todo, como lo he venido haciendo hasta el día de hoy. Creo que les he demostrado, estando aquí adentro, no he tenido nada complicado, no les he complicado.
Un momento, señor Ochoa, por favor. I was working 12 hours a day before, and I want to go back to keep doing that again. And I'm just waiting for the chance to be able to do that again. I also want to help my family. Some of them, they have health problems, and now they do not have the help that they used to have since I am here in prison. I also want to be able to help the community if I can. But I can only do this if you give me the chance. And also, I want to say again that I want to follow all the rules and comply with everything that I'm supposed to do. Continúe, señor.
Mis programas que he recibido aquí adentro, les doy gracias por haberme guiado con ello también. Mucho de eso me ha ayudado bastante. Siento que el estudio también me está ayudando mucho porque he progresado un poco mi inglés y también el GED, como lo mencionaron. Entonces, estudio en la mañana, estudio en la tarde, hago mis trabajos. Yo pienso que de la misma forma quiero hacerlo afuera. También participo en la iglesia y es algo que no quiero dejar atrás. O sea, quiero estar apegado a la iglesia también siempre y porque es algo que me ha llenado bastante a mí, algo que nunca hubiese hecho estando allá afuera. O sea, aquí adentro pude hacerlo de leer la Biblia muchas ocasiones y siento que me ha ayudado mucho, como digo, para ser mejor persona.
I also wanted to say that I want to thank you because the programming that I took was very helpful to me. I was able to learn different things. Also taking the GED classes has been helping me. I am getting better now. I go twice a day. I go in the morning and I go in the afternoon. I also started going to church here, and that has been very fulfilling, reading the Bible and doing all those classes. ¿Algo más, señor Ochoa?
¿Qué más podría decir? No, y como digo, estoy dispuesto a aceptar las condiciones de aquí, las autoridades que tengan hacia mí. Quiero permanecerme alejado de la víctima también y espero que esta persona también se mantenga alejado de mí, como hablé con la Miss Logan y se lo dije que si podía pedir una orden de restricción hacia ellos, pero también ella me explicó que si algo estaba sucediendo mal allá afuera, entonces yo podría hacer algo así, pero caso contrario, que no me preocupara en ello. Entonces, eso sería todo de mi parte.
And again, I just wanted to say that I am willing to comply with all the rules. I also want to say that I want to stay away from the victim. And I also want the victim to stay away from me. That's why I was talking to Ms. Logan that I don't know if I need to request for the protection, an order of protection against the victim. But then I was explained that I will only have to do that if I encounter any problem, and then I have to communicate my PO if something happens.
All set?
Sería todo.
Sí, sería todo. No sé qué más podría decir. Como digo, o sea, me gustaría que ustedes me digan algo también.
Okay, we've read about your background, what you've done to become incarcerated, what you've done since you've been in your interview with the parole officer about your release. And based upon that, we have some questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Nosotros he leído acerca de su antecedente, lo que usted ha hecho desde que lleva en prisión, lo que tiene planeado hacer cuando salga, y basado en esto vamos a hacerle una serie de preguntas y luego le daremos la decisión del caso.
We're going to start questions this morning with board member Osasu.
Thank you. Mr. Ochoa-Duran, you have denied part of the offense, but you admitted to the other part of kissing and touching. Is that still correct?
Mr. Ochoa-Duran, usted negó parte de la ofensa, pero admitió la otra parte donde usted besó y tocó a la víctima. ¿Es esto correcto?
Sí, yo admití porque se lo dije a ellos que sí.
Yes, I admit to that. I told them yes.
Can you please tell me what some of the things are that you learned in the short check program and in voices?
¿Me podría decir cuáles son algunas de las cosas que usted aprendió en el programa de ofensor sexual y en Voices?
En el programa de Voices hubo una parte donde nos mostraban un video y pues ocurrieron muchas cosas en ese video. Cosas que no quisiera que ocurrieran en mi vida ni en la vida de ninguna persona. Entonces, no hemos llegado a ese caso como yo lo vi en ese video, pero porque ahí se veía muy agresivo todo. Y entonces siento que no soy una persona para tomar decisiones como aquellas. ¿Puedo decir algo más?
Sí, continúa.
Ya, y no, como digo, el programa me ha ayudado mucho a evitar muchas situaciones que pongan en peligro mi reputación hoy en día. Siento que al hacerme culpable de los cargos que me hice, hoy tengo que permanecer alejado de todo eso. Como digo, el programa me ha ayudado mucho a entender muchas cosas. Pero en Voices más recuerdo...
Un momento, por favor, para poder traducir, ¿ok? I know when I was taking Voices, they were showing some videos about certain situations that they were very violent and ugly, and I will never want something like that to happen to anybody that I know. I do not consider myself that type of person. And I also know that because of the type of charges that I have, it created damage to my reputation. And after that, I know that I need to avoid certain situations after having the type of charges that I have now.
What kind of situations need to be avoided?
¿Qué clase de situaciones usted tendría que evitar?
Tener contacto con menores de edad, como le digo, o sea, también dejar de abusar a personas adultas, porque es lo que yo vi en el video. De Voices estamos hablando que ahí nos explican de muchos casos, no solamente de ofensor sexual. Entonces, hay agresión hacia los adultos, personas de tercera edad, hay agresiones a la comunidad, como robos en casas, a pistola, otros roban solamente las cajas fuertes o cosas así. O sea, hay muchas cosas que uno aprende en el programa de Voices. Ahora, en el programa de Life Skills, ahí sí solamente nos hablaron de agresión sexual.
So I know that I need to stay away from minors and not to have any contact with them, not to abuse anyone, not only in a sexual way, not to abuse older people, not to commit any type of offenses that would endanger the community. For example, like robbery. There's a lot of things out there. And I also learned in Voices that me dijo que aprendió en Voices, ¿qué, señor? Lo último.
Aprendí acerca de que habían agresiones hacia las personas de tercera edad. También habían robos en casas, robos de autos, personas que sacaban pistolas en las calles. Había muchas cosas como ellas, cosas que no he vivido.
I was able to learn in Voices that there's a lot of different type of victims, not only on sexual offenses, people who commit robberies, people who abuse the older people. That was what I was able to learn from the Voices program.
Who was the victim here?
¿Quién era la víctima en este caso?
Perdón, ¿en el programa?
¿Quién era la
en el
víctima en
de-
su caso? En su caso,
en mi
¿quién era la víctima?
la familia, la comunidad, creo que aquí los que están presentes también, porque la víctima, la persona que se llama Vilma Villafuerte, creo que es el nombre. Todos ellos serían las víctimas.
There was not only the family was the victim, the community was the victim, not only her, it was different people who got affected by this.
Okay. How do you think the victim feels today?
¿Cómo usted piensa que la víctima se siente en el día de hoy?
Realmente no sabría cómo ella se siente, pero espero que esté bien, espero que Dios le sepa guiar a ella. Hoy en día creo que es una señorita, ya que he venido contando el tiempo y ha pasado varios años ya. Entonces, como le digo, yo pido perdón por haber aceptado sus besos que en ese momento pasaron, pero yo sé que evité que pasaran muchas cosas más. Y como le digo, hoy estoy esperando que esa persona siga adelante, se supere, pero que ojalá en mi camino ya no se vuelva a cruzar.
I don't know how she feels right now. If it happened years ago, I know she is older now. And I want to apologize for what I did for kissing her. But I know that I also avoided other situations that could happen. I hope that she is okay and that things go well with her in life.
Did you understand that her age made even kissing and touching an illegal act?
¿Se entiende que basado en la edad de ella, el tocar y besarse era un acto ilegal?
Sí, entiendo que es un acto ilegal y en ese momento también lo entendí, por eso fue que yo no tomé acciones a seguir. Como le digo, fue ella que empezó y vino encima mío a besarme. Creo que está escrito en los documentos. Yo reaccioné a sus besos, sí, por eso digo que lo besé, pero no fui yo quien empezó.
Yes, I understand, and I realize that it is illegal, and that's the reason why I stopped. She was the one who started kissing me first, but then I answered to the kiss. But that's why I stopped, because I realized that it was wrong.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman Paul.
Thank you. Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
So let's just, Mr. Ochoa-Duran, let's talk about your release plan. It's to live with your uncle?
Su plan de salida, señor Ochoa-Duran, es vivir con su tío.
Sí, ese es mi plan de salida, vivir con mi tío. En caso de que ellos no lo aceptaran esa dirección, pues yo tendría otra, pero es mi prioridad ir a vivir con mi tío por ahora.
Yes, my priority is to go back and live with my uncle. I have another sponsor just in case, but my uncle is my priority.
Okay. Have you lived with your uncle before?
¿Usted ha vivido con su tío anteriormente?
Sí, anteriormente creo que viví con él desde el 2008 hasta el 2012, luego me mudé a otro sitio y después, antes de llegar a estar en este lugar preso, también viví como unos 8 meses aproximadamente con él.
Yes, I used to live with him from 2008 to 2012. Then I moved to a different place. And then before coming to prison, I was living with him for about 8 months.
Those guys are in there.
You talked quite a bit about the programs that you've taken. Can you tell me what you have learned from those programs that's going to help you avoid being in situations like this in the future?
Usted tomó una cierta cantidad de programas. ¿Me podría decir qué usted aprendió en estos programas que lo ayuden a evitar situaciones como esta en el futuro?
And I also want to rephrase that just a little bit. What have you learned about yourself that will help you avoid situations like this in the future?
Siendo más específica, ¿qué usted ha aprendido acerca de usted que lo va a ayudar a evitar estas situaciones en el futuro?
para que yo evite hacer esas situaciones en el futuro. Obviamente que yo creo que todas las clases que recibí van a evitar que yo haga algo incorrecto en el futuro. Hoy soy una persona, como digo, más pensante. Quizás anteriormente también lo era, pero hoy debo ser muy inteligente hacia cada cosa que se interponga en mi camino. Debo evitar la presencia de cada tentación que haya en la calle o en la casa o quizás en una reunión. Debo mantenerme alejado de todo lo que le atrae a uno, como sitios sociales, diría así. Entonces, mi prioridad sería, como digo, mantenerme a la línea de cada una de las cosas que aprendí, que fueron muy buenas.
I think that all the classes were very helpful. I think ahead. I was not doing that before. And I also learned that I need to avoid certain temptations that you can encounter outside and staying away from social places. And like I said, again, my priority is just to follow everything that I learned on those programs once I go outside.
Okay. All right, thank you. No other question.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision. Board Member Zappa-Sastrum.
Thank you. So this offense involved a known non-related female. Mr. Ochoa-Duran acknowledged that he did some touching and kissing and acknowledged that the age put that into the arena of an illegal act. But he denies the other piece of the offense where the victim claims that there was intercourse. You want me to stop there, Liz? Okay, so I'm happy to see that in our conversation, he acknowledged and eventually apologized for those actions, considering he was 20 plus years older than her at the time. And he was able to tell us some of the things of what he learned in the programs, which he successfully completed, the risk relevant programs, and how to avoid situations in the future. I'll stop there before I make my recommendation.
La ofensa del señor Ochoa envuelve a una fémina que no estaba relacionada con él. Él aceptó cierta parte de la ofensa donde se tocaron, hubieron besos, y admitió que debido a la edad que esta víctima tenía era un acto ilegal, pero niega la otra parte de la ofensa donde la víctima menciona que hubo relación sexual. Él acepta en cierta parte esto y también se disculpa, ya que en ese momento él era 21 años mayor que la víctima. También nos explicó algunas de las cosas que ha aprendido en los programas, los cuales completó satisfactoriamente.
So he rates out low on both panels, especially the static 99, which is the type of offense. He does not have any substance abuse or identified mental health issues. He has a place to go and a backup. I also looked at the fact that Mr. Ochoa-Duran does not have a criminal history. He was able to remain discipline-free while in the facility and engaged in programs, as well as his GED, and had a job. There are no sexual offenses in his history. I also looked at the fact that he has held a stable job for 12 years. He sends money back to Ecuador for his family. He works many hours, and I think that he, based on those factors, would be suitable for release today.
Thank you. Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
I agree with everything that Ms. Zappa-Sastrum has put forward in terms of suitability for discretionary parole, and I would also be in favor.
So I have problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission.
Well, there was some conversation about that in the sentencing in the court proceedings.
about the,
because it switched to risk of injury based on some other concerns that they had and how that could affect him in the immigration. I was gonna ask you, I don't know whether we include those or we don't based on the conversation and sentencing.
so the recommendation of the CTPSB is the yes.
Yes. I think we have to.
Yeah.
For our purposes.
Yep. And then the no contact with minor stip is because of the age of the victim in the case, right?
Yes.
And then no contact with victim HVF.
Correct.
Yep. There was also reference to he doesn't have a license, so I had no driving without parole officer permission. I know it's not related to the offense, but that could cause a violation of probation, so I didn't know if it was worthy of discussion.
Encourage him to get his license as well.
Okay. And that's it.
Okay.
All right. So regarding Miguel Ochoa-Duran 436815, I move to grant parole on or after February 28th, 2025 with the following stipulations. No operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victims HVF. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Ochoa-Duran has been voted to parole. His stipulations be explained to him prior to his release.
En el caso de Miguel Ochoa-Duran, número 436815, hacemos una moción para otorgar su salida bajo libertad condicional efectivo en o después del 28 de febrero del 2025 con las siguientes condiciones. No operar vehículo de motor sin el permiso de su oficial de supervisión, programa en la comunidad de ofensor sexual, no contacto con menores sin el permiso de su oficial de supervisión y no contacto con la víctima HVF.
So, yeah.
This concludes the parole hearing for Miguel Ochoa-Duran 436815.
Concluye la audiencia de Miguel Ochoa-Duran, número 436815.
Disculpe, Miss, ¿puedo decir unas palabras?
Can I say something?
Sure.
Ya, gracias, señores, por la oportunidad. Como digo, yo voy a cumplir con esto. Se los dije aquí enfrente y espero que esto me sirva mucho de lección allá afuera y gracias por ello. Lo que no entendí, algo que no entendí, disculpe, era acerca de la licencia de motores y vehículos. Yo puedo renovarla, ¿verdad?
I just wanted to say that I didn't understand the motor vehicle stipulation. Can I renew my license?
Yes.
Yes.
Does he have a license?
¿Usted tiene una licencia de
Sí,
conducir?
yo tengo una licencia, nomás que está vencida. Yo quise renovarla aquí, pero ellos no pudieron hacerlo. No sé cuál es la razón, pero yo personalmente quiero hacerlo también,
Yes,
o sea.
me too. It is just that it's expired and I really want to do it. I want to renew my license again once I get back.
So he takes that up with the parole officer.
Le deja saber a su oficial de supervisión todo esto, ¿ok?
Gracias, señores, y que Dios les bendiga. Muchísimas gracias.
Take a break for a couple minutes.
Sounds good. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good. Perez-Barahona next.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. Perez-Barahona. English? Spanish? They got it translated.
Mr. Perez, we'll be with you shortly. We're just taking a quick break.
Okay, you good? All right.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge, according to law, your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Perez-Barahona. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de libertad condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes 28 de febrero del 2025 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación a esta audiencia.
Please state your name and inmate. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Sí, muy buenos días, sí. Juan Pérez, mi número es 436-441.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Juan Perez-Barahona, 436441. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after 9 years, followed by 20 years probation for sexual assault for actor more than 2 years older, victim less than 13 years old, and illegal sexual contact, victim less than 13 years old, and risk of injury to a child. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 13, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, Voices, and he's currently enrolled in GED classes. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Perez-Barahona, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Juan Perez-Barahona, número 436441. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 20 años, ejecución suspendida después de 9 años, 20 años a seguir de libertad provisional por agresión sexual en 4º grado, actor mayor por 2 años o más, víctima menor de 13 años de edad, contacto sexual ilegal con víctima menor de 3 años de edad, riesgo de daño a un niño y debe permanecer en el registro de ofensor sexual por 10 años. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 13 de julio del 2025. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado el programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo, Voices, y está registrado en clases de GED. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae en el rango bajo del riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia de ofensa sexual cae en el rango bajo. Mr. Perez-Barahona, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Sí, muy buenos días. Bueno, yo les pido una oportunidad, ¿verdad? Por mi familia. Tengo una familia, tengo 2 hijas que me necesitan. Quiero trabajar para darle un mejor futuro a mis hijas, ¿verdad? para que ellas puedan cumplir su sueño. Quiero trabajar para que ellas puedan lograr ¿verdad? Una buena educación. La educación que yo no tuve, yo quiero dársela a mis hijas. Por eso esta mañana yo les pido una oportunidad. Así como he hecho las cosas bien aquí en este lugar, así quiero seguir haciendo las cosas allá afuera, ¿verdad? Junto de la mano con mi familia, salir adelante.
Un momento, señor, por favor. Good morning. I am asking for a chance because I have a family. I have 2 daughters who need me. I want to go to work so I can give them the chance to achieve their dreams. I want to help them get the education that I didn't have. And the same way that I've been doing all the right things here inside the facility, I will do the right thing outside in the community.
All right, is that it?
¿Algo más, señor?
Sí, acepto y reconozco que cometí un error. Estoy muy arrepentido por ello, ¿verdad? Pido perdón a las víctimas, a su familia, ¿verdad? Estando en este lugar, he reconocido, sé que, ¿verdad? El error que cometí, pues todas estas consecuencias me trajeron a este lugar. He aprendido de mi error. Quiero, cuando me restablezca en la comunidad, ¿verdad? En la sociedad, echar para adelante, seguir trabajando, hacer las cosas correctamente como las he hecho aquí, hacer las cosas bien aquí en este lugar que es difícil, hacer las cosas allá bien también cuando yo esté afuera, junto de la mano con mi familia, salir adelante.
I want to say that I take responsibility of my actions, and I know that it was a mistake, and I want to apologize to the victim. I know that I was wrong, and that what I did, it has consequences, and that's the reason that I am here. I want to be able to keep moving forward in life. I want to go back outside, keep working, and be a good member of society and keep doing what I'm supposed to do, following the rules, just like I have been doing here.
Okay. So we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with a parole officer, your evaluation for the program that you participated in. And based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Lo que va a suceder en el día de hoy, nosotros leímos acerca de sus antecedentes, lo que usted ha hecho mientras ha estado en prisión, la entrevista que tuvo con el oficial, evaluaciones, programas que ha tomado. Basado en esto vamos a hacerle una serie de preguntas y ver cuál es su elegibilidad para libertad condicional.
Sí, muy bien, gracias.
And we will start questions today with Board Member Schmidt. Come here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Perez-Barahona. I wanted to start out by talking about the charges. And the charges indicate that the sexual assault continued over a number of years. Do you agree with that?
Buenos días, señor Barahona. Quiero empezar hablando acerca de los cargos. Los cargos de agresión sexual indican que hubo una agresión sexual que fue continua a través de los años. ¿Es esto cierto?
No, porque no fue continuo, solamente pasó en el periodo de la denuncia con la policía.
¿En el periodo de qué?
Eso pasó durante el problema en el 2019.
No, it didn't continue throughout the years. That only happened back in 2019.
And you admitted to kissing and touching the victim. Is that right?
¿Usted admitió el tocar y besar a la víctima? ¿Es esto correcto?
Sí, es correcto. Sí.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The victim says it happened repeatedly over 7 years. You disagree with that?
La víctima mencionó que esto ocurrió repetidamente en un curso de 7 años. ¿Es esto correcto?
No, yo no estoy de acuerdo con ella.
I disagree with her.
Okay, all right. When you say that you apologize to the victim and you know it was wrong, why was it wrong? What have you learned?
Cuando usted menciona que usted le pide disculpas a la víctima y que usted sabe que estuvo mal, ¿qué usted ha aprendido?
Ah, sí, yo le pido perdón a ella porque en verdad, sí, yo tuve contacto con ella, ¿verdad? La besé, la toqué, entonces cometí un error, ¿verdad? Lo acepto, le hice mucho daño a mi víctima, yo sé que por mi culpa ha sufrido mucho, ¿verdad? Ha tenido que pasar por muchos procesos, ¿verdad? Terapias, en ese momento no me di cuenta del daño que le estaba causando, ¿verdad? Entonces por eso yo me disculpo, ¿verdad? Sé que lo que hice pues no tiene perdón, estoy muy arrepentido de lo que le hice, ¿verdad? Y espero que ella pues un día pueda perdonarme lo que yo le hice, abusé de su confianza, ¿verdad? Pues ella me dio la confianza, abusé también de la confianza de mi cuñada, de mi hermano, ellos me dieron la confianza y yo me equivoqué, ¿verdad? Les falté al respeto y por
Un
eso pido
momento, señor,
perdón.
por favor.
Sí.
Yes, I apologize because I know that I was wrong. I touched her, I kissed her, and I know I was not supposed to do that. I know that I hurt her. Maybe she has been going through therapy, and I know that I changed her life. I know what I did was unforgivable. I know that I abused her trust. I know that I abused my brother's trust, and I know I also abused my sister-in-law's trust.
Thank you. I know, so you say it was wrong. Do you understand that it was wrong because of her age?
Usted dice que entiende que estuvo mal. ¿Usted entiende que estuvo mal por su edad?
Sí, sí, correcto.
And you participated in the sex offender treatment program. And while you were in that program, you talked about risk factors. And you identified as internal risk factors as being nervous, scared, and confused. When you're in the community, how will you manage those feelings?
Usted participó en el programa de ofensor sexual y ahí le hablaron acerca de factores de riesgo en los cuales usted identificó riesgos internos como es los nervios, el miedo, la confusión. ¿Cómo usted manejaría esto cuando usted salga?
Sí, muchas gracias por la oportunidad que me dieron de los programas. Me ayudó mucho. Antes de ir al programa tenía mucho miedo, mucho temor por lo que van a decir de mí, ¿verdad? Entonces, en esos programas, la terapeuta o mi Jim me ayudó mucho porque ella me hizo entender, ¿verdad? De que a pesar de que el error que yo había cometido, no me podía estancar en ello, sino que yo tenía que continuar con mi vida, ¿verdad? Entonces ahora tengo un mejor control, ahora sé cómo manejar la situación cuando salga, ¿verdad? Sé que no puedo estar en lugares donde hay niños pequeños, ¿verdad? Entonces todo eso, el programa me ayudó mucho ¿verdad? A ser más sincero, a ser honesto,
Un momento, por
¿verdad? Todo
favor.
este proceso. Gracias.
Yes, and I want to say that the programming was very helpful. And yes, I was afraid. I was afraid before because of what people are going to think about me and what they're going to say about me. But the counselor helped me. She helped me understand that regardless of what happened and what I did, I can keep moving forward and that I have to deal with the situations once I am released. And I was able to understand that I need to stay away from minors.
Thank you. And Mr. Perez-Barahona, you also took the Voices program, which talks about the harm to the victims. And I heard you say that you understand you harm the victims. What kind of harm do you think the victim has
Usted también tomó el programa de Voices y en el programa de Voices le enseñan acerca del daño que usted le hace a la víctima. ¿Qué tipo de daño usted piensa que le hizo a la víctima?
Trauma, ¿verdad? Yo creo que el trauma que ella tiene por mi culpa, por lo que yo le hice, tal vez no, yo sé que ella es muy valiente, yo sé que ella es muy fuerte, es una niña muy inteligente, ella con la ayuda, ¿verdad?, de terapeuta va a lograr salir adelante, pero el trauma que ella tiene, ¿verdad?, por lo que yo le hice, eso me hace sentir mal, ¿verdad? Y por eso pues le pido perdón a ella y espero que ella pues pueda seguir con sus sueños, pueda seguir adelante, que ella pueda dormir en paz, ¿verdad? Que pueda un día sacarse, ¿verdad?, de la mente todo ese trauma con las ayudas que le están dando a ella los psicólogos y todo, pues yo sé que por mi culpa y por eso me disculpo.
Yes, I know that she encountered trauma after what happened, that she suffers after what happened, after what I did. I know that she is a very strong person. She is brave. She is smart. And I know that she is going to get help. But it makes me feel bad because I was the one who caused all of this. I want to know that she can achieve her dreams, that she can move forward in life, and she can be able to sleep at night after what happened.
So, Mr. Perez-Barahona, you have proposed going to live with your girlfriend and your 2 children. And where would you go for employment?
Usted propuso ir a vivir con su novia y con sus 2 hijos. ¿Qué usted piensa hacer en relación a empleo?
En relación al empleo, perdón.
Empleo.
Así, no, yo tengo un patrón, el cual él me va a emplear, ¿verdad? Tengo trabajo estable, quiero salir, que me den oportunidades, ¿verdad? Les pido que me den oportunidad para salir y ayudar a mi familia, que han pasado por momentos muy duros, muy difíciles, ¿verdad? Todo este proceso, mi familia también ha sufrido, ¿verdad? Y todo esto por mi culpa, y quiero una oportunidad y demostrarle, ¿verdad?, a ustedes, ¿verdad?, y agradecerles por la oportunidad y seguir adelante. Y yo tengo trabajo fijo para poder sustentar a mi familia.
Yes, I have employment waiting for me. I have a stable job. And that's what I want to do. I want to keep working to help my family. My family has suffered a lot because of this. It is all my fault. And I have work waiting for me, and I want to prove that I can move forward.
I can order the questions.
Board members, Apple-Sasser?
My question is, why did you get on a flight to El Salvador in 2019 after these accusations came to light?
Mi pregunta es por qué usted tomó un vuelo hacia El Salvador en el año 2019, luego de que le aparecieron estas acusaciones.
Lo hice por temor. Verdaderamente tenía miedo de venir a la cárcel, ¿verdad? Lo hice también porque pues busqué un abogado y él me dijo, bueno, si tú quieres, pues puedes viajar a tu país y no tienes que enfrentar, ¿verdad?, el problema, pero ese fue un error muy grande que cometí, haberme ido. Por eso decidí nuevamente regresar para enfrentar, ¿verdad?, este problema, porque quería dar la cara, no quería esconderme. Yo pido perdón por eso.
Yes, I was afraid of going to prison. I got a lawyer, and he advised me that maybe I could go back to my country and just not face the problem here. And I regret that. That's why I decided to come back, because I didn't want to hide and I wanted to face the problem and the consequences.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have here today, Mr. Perez-Barahona, he's currently 37 years old. The offenses are reported to have occurred between 2012 and 2018. Mr. Perez-Barahona takes responsibility for some of what's been reported. He has no prior criminal history. He has not incurred any disciplinary reports. We did not bring that up during the questioning portion, but he has followed the rules at the facility. He has participated in the programs that we would want him to participate in to address his risk and needs factors based on the charges, which is the sex offender treatment program. He did the Voices program to recognize the harm to the victims. He also had a job at one point before he was at Brooklyn Correctional, and he has been participating in furthering his education through the ESL program, English as a Second Language. In reading the summary from Mr. Perez-Barahona's participation in the short-term sex offender treatment, there's an indication that he benefited quite a bit from the program.
Right.
In their view, that despite the language barrier, he understood and was able to identify skills that he needs to use when he's in the community to remain successful and to not involve himself in any offenses like this in the future. They said he's learned more open communication and problem-solving skills. I thought his responses to my questions were on point. They were responses from about that showed that he did participate in the programming and engage. The Voices program as well. He's able to clearly identify harm to the victim, which we know what it is in cases like this. He has support in the community. There's not an indication whether it's been verified that he can go back to his home with his girlfriend and children, but certainly he could go to a halfway house. He had 5 years of employment as a mason prior to his arrest and sentence. It appears that he can go back to that type of work. So based on what we have before us today, again, he does score low for risk to recidivate on the general risk assessment and on the static 99, which is his risk for sex offender offense with recidivism, which is low. So I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today. He has 10 years on the sex offender registry to follow and 20 years of probation.
Okay, and board members?
I concur.
Okay, so I have parole eligibility date is 7/17/25. I have halfway house released to immigration detainer. Problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and enhanced internet and device monitoring.
I did not add those.
Were they part of? They were part of the, I believe, part of the description.
That's
Yeah. Showed her that he showed her pornography and then text her,
okay.
right? So
All
that
right. So no pornography and no
enhanced internet device monitoring. No contact with HP, LP, and RN.
What's the third one?
RN, the yeah, I was trying to like, but yeah, person responsible, in the victim, for the victims.
Okay.
We good?
We're fine.
Yes.
His parole eligibility is now 7/13/20.
7/13. Thank you. All right, so in regard to Juan Perez-Barahona, 436441, Move to grant parole on or after July 13th, 2025 with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement, release to immigration detainer, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with victims HP, LP, or RN. For a second.
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Perez-Barahona has been voted to parole and his conditions will be explained to him prior to his release.
En el caso de Juan Perez-Barahona, número 436-441, hacemos una moción para otorgarle su salida bajo libertad condicional en o después del 13 de julio del 2025 con las siguientes condiciones. Restricción en pornografía e uso de internet, ubicación en halfway house, no contacto con menores sin su oficial de supervisión, sin el permiso de su oficial de supervisión, no contacto con la víctima HP, LP, IRN, programa de ofensor sexual en la comunidad.
This concludes the parole hearing for Juan Perez-Barahona, 436-441.
Concluye la audiencia de Juan Perez-Barahona, número 436-441.
Muchas gracias.
What an AP for your child.
Thank you. Hi, Fournier. Can I get Valdez, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're all done. Go to AP, get your child. Sit on the chair and they'll be right with you.
All right. Thank you, Juan. I forgot I turned off the mic. So pretty much what's going to happen, once he gets released in July, immigration will have, I don't know if it's 10 days or 20 or 30 days for them to pick him up. They'll pick him up and then he'll go into a detention center. From there, they'll start the deportation process. Normally, as soon as you get there, they'll tell you just to sign so you don't go in front of the judge. If you sign, then that definitely speeds up the process as far as you going back to your home country. And then Ecuador, I'm not sure how often they do flights over there, but it might take some time, a month or two or whatever. And then he'll be back. He'll be their problem from that point forward. So is it better to stay here in our jail or deport?
Ms. Rivera, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. Good morning, Mr. Valdez.
Morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Buenos días, soy el
What do you guys
oficial de
think this guy
libertad
did?
condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes
another one.
28 de febrero del 2025 y
Another
esta es una
interpreter.
audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro, certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos
that,
e
Juan.
información pertinente disponible en preparación de esta audiencia.
Buenos días, gracias a cada uno de ustedes y gracias por la oportunidad que me dan a cada uno en este día. Para mí estoy muy agradecido
Está bien
y
dramatic.
Dios los
homeboy.
bendiga por eso.
Dios los bendiga. Coma. Come on, knock it off. Hey, and
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Sí, Ludin Valdez, 445538.
This hearing is being conducted in
Adios.
consideration
Ay, Dios
of the parole
mío.
application for Ludin Valdez 445538. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, executed, suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 10 years probation for sexual assault second, victim age 13 to 15 after more than 3 years older.
Wow.
He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 29, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and it shows that he has completed the following programs: the short track sex offender program, voices, and he's currently enrolled in GED classes. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Valdez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Ludin Valdez, número 445538. Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 12 años, ejecución suspendida luego de 3 años, 10 años a seguir de libertad provisional por agresión sexual en segundo grado, víctima entre 13 a 15 años de edad, actor mayor de 3 años o más y debe permanecer en el registro de ofensa sexual por 10 años. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 29 de enero del 2025. No hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado el programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo, VOICES, y está registrado en clases del GED. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango bajo del riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia de ofensa sexual cae en el rango bajo. Esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Primeramente quiero comenzar aceptando la culpabilidad. Reconozco que el daño que hice, que causé a la víctima como a su familia, a la comunidad y a mi familia, y pido perdón por todo lo que he hecho. Reconozco que es un impacto grande y estoy muy arrepentido en todo lo que he estado aquí y he tomado las clases. He aprendido que uno le puede hacer daño a una persona sin pensar y ese daño puede ser impactante y reconozco que tuve un error y he meditado en todo y...
Denme un momento, por favor, señor Valdez, para poder traducir, ¿ok?
Ok.
First of all, I want to say that I take responsibility of my actions. I recognize the harm to the victim and the victim's family and to the community as well. Being here and taking all these programs have helped me to understand that you can sometimes harm someone and the impact can be life-changing.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Continúe.
Y he aprendido que tengo que siempre pensar el daño que se le puede hacer a alguien y es doloroso y permanece para siempre y quiero pedir perdón a la víctima como a la familia, a la comunidad, a mi familia.
Damn, you guys are making it rain.
Quiero que me den la oportunidad para poder demostrar que he cambiado,
Thank you.
que soy una persona diferente. Quiero trabajar, quiero ayudar en lo que pueda en la comunidad, tomar las clases que me dejen, los programas y estudiar y dar lo mejor de mí.
I don't know how the interpreter remembers all that stuff. I would have forgot like after the third word, I would have forgot what he said. I would have started
Now
making up what he said.
I can understand the harm that you can cause other people and that it can stay in their lives forever. I want to apologize again to the victim, to the victim's family, to the community. I have changed. I am a different person, and I want to be able to go out and work and prove the type of person that I can keep going to work and keep studying.
Hey, and then to top it off, I would have not interpreted correctly. I would have said some other stuff that he didn't say.
Lo que estoy haciendo, estoy en iglesia, trabajé aquí 15 meses en McDougal.
Nobody cares about that.
Le he entregado mi vida a Dios y soy una persona diferente, la cual pienso diferente, la cual jamás cometería un error.
You would never do something like this
otra
again,
vez en mi vida. Me ha dolido como me duele lo que está sufriendo mi familia y todas las personas involucradas en esto. Y si me dan la oportunidad, yo prometo ante ustedes, ante Dios, ser diferente, trabajar lo más fuerte, ir a la iglesia y ayudar en lo que pueda ayudar.
Wherever you can help.
I want to keep going to church like I've been doing here. I was working at McDougal for 15 months. I now serve God, and I am a different person. And it hurts me to know the pain that I caused all the people involved in this case.
She forgot.
Sería todo.
Flush. Juan.
Is that it?
Sería todo, señor Valdez.
Sí, es todo.
That's it.
Okay. So, Mr. Valdez, what we're going to do, we read about your case, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions to arrive if you're suitable for parole. We're going to then talk about your case and give you an answer, okay?
Mr. Valdez, nosotros hemos leído acerca de su caso, sus antecedentes, lo que ha hecho mientras ha estado en prisión. Y si usted le vamos a hacer una serie de preguntas en las cuales vamos a determinar su elegibilidad para libertad condicional y luego vamos a deliberar y darle la decisión.
Gracias.
So, a few things. One is that you've taken the program, and although you do not take responsibility for everything that you've been accused of, you do admit that it was inappropriate sexual contact, which is what you're convicted of here. Is that correct?
Connecticut is Connecticut.
Ha estado tomando programa. Usted no tomó responsabilidad acerca de todo lo que pasó, de todo lo que usted fue acusado, pero sí admitió que hubo contacto sexual inapropiado. ¿Esto es correcto?
Sí, es correcto. Yo tomo la responsabilidad de todo porque debí no hacerlo y sucedió y por eso tomo la responsabilidad. Y acepto toda la culpabilidad de todo.
Yes, I take responsibility of everything because it should have never happened in the first place. That's the reason that I take responsibility of all of it and I accept my guilt.
Do you guys believe him? He's a changed person.
I'm glad to see that you've taken voices, and during your remarks, you talked about how what you did caused harm to the victim and the victim's family, and that what you did has potentially life-changing consequences
trauma
for the victim in this case.
Me alegra que usted veo que tomó el programa de Voices y usted habló acerca del daño que le causó a la víctima y a la familia de la víctima y que este daño a veces puede permanecer por el resto de la vida.
Sí,
SA.
estoy consciente.
SA.
And of
I'm not
course,
sure the
you
age.
you completed the institutional-based treatment for problem sexual behavior. You went to all 16 of the 16 sessions, which is good. You engaged in the discussions, which in order to get to change and seeing what you did wrong, you need to engage in those discussions. You completed all of your homework that they give you.
Hey, welcome
and your
over
answers to
from
that
down under.
gave you some real insight, or showed some real insight into understanding that what you did is wrong here.
Hey, welcome, Blondie Rules.
You also said that there were very poor decisions that led up to this offense here today.
Hey, sharing is caring. If you guys could share these streams with those that you love, it will definitely help us grow over here at Collect Call From. And it's free, which is best of all.
De las 16 clases que tenía que tomar. Y esto es positivo, ya que también muestra que usted participó en las discusiones en la clase. Ya que para ver un cambio es importante que usted participe y entienda qué fue lo que usted hizo incorrecto. Usted también completó su tarea, sus asignaciones, lo que le ayudó a darle entendimiento y a tener una mejor perspectiva de qué fue lo que usted hizo. Y usted mencionó que fueron pobres decisiones lo que lo llevó a cometer esta ofensa.
But I'm sure they'll bring it up right now.
So the other piece that was important for me to see is that you participated in these groups with a very positive attitude. And
13 to 15
when you
years
get
old?
back to the community, you're going to have to engage in treatment for problem sexual behavior in a group setting like that again,
Lily.
Because there's a piece of this that's on the outside. And that was going to require the same positive attitude as you engage in treatment. And you're willing to do that, right?
Es importante para mí ver que usted tiene una actitud positiva cuando tomó estos programas, ya que cuando usted salga a la comunidad, también va a tener que participar nuevamente en estos programas grupales. Y usted también piensa tener esta misma actitud positiva cuando salga y tenga que participar de estos programas.
Sí.
And so you want to, you've proposed a couple of sponsors in the community, one being your spouse.
Thank you, Barbie.
There's children in the home. So that's something that's going to have to be worked out with, parole or probation, wherever we end up today. And also you proposed your aunt's home. That wasn't really vetted, but or it checked out. But there's also an option if either one of those aren't appropriate for a halfway house, and you're okay with that, yes?
Usted mencionó que usted quiere ir a vivir con su pareja y sus niños.
Thank you, Taurus.
Hay niños en la residencia, por lo tanto esto es algo que habría que trabajar con libertad condicional o con probatoria, viendo después lo que sucede en el día de hoy. También usted mencionó la casa de su tía, es algo que no pudimos verificar, pero también usted mencionó que si ninguna de estas opciones funciona, usted estaría dispuesto a un halfway house, ¿es esto correcto?
Sí, también está la casa de mi pastor, que me ofreció su casa, le di la hoja.
The pastor offered you his house
Yes,
to
I
live
also
in?
have my pastor from church. He's living.
Wow.
Okay. And you have a great deal of experience with construction, from owning your own company to working for another company, so you won't have a problem getting employment.
Usted tiene una gran experiencia en el área de construcción, ya que usted era dueño de su propia compañía, por lo que vemos que también no tendría problemas en el área de empleo.
Exacto. Sí.
And when you say you want to go out and work and you want to study, you're speaking of finishing up your GED. Is that correct?
Cuando usted menciona salir afuera y continuar estudiando, ¿usted se refiere a que quiere completar su GED?
Sí, completar mi GED y cualquier otro programa que me ayude a ser mejor.
I'm with you on, yeah.
Yes, complete my GED and any other program that can help me be better.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Follow
Board members,
chat
that
is
was
free
happening.
99. That's
No
Ryan.
questions.
Ryan, thank you,
Board
Ryan.
member Smith-Palmieri?
I have no problem.
Okay. So where I'm at on this case is that Mr. Valdez has no criminal history. On all instruments, he rates out low.
That's the only time he got caught.
His criminogenic need fell into attitudes and behavior, which I think that's very evident from the evaluation from the institutional based treatment for problem sexual behavior, that's very different and very positive at this point, and willing to do what it is that he needs to do. He's had no disciplinary reports while he's been in. He can go out to a field that he has a great deal of experience in. He has a couple of different opportunities with sponsorships. I'm not sure about them. I'd like to put a halfway house on there just in case things fall through there. And he wants to go out, do the programming that he needs to do in the community, and continue to work on his GED, which is a positive thing for him. Board members have assessment.
I'm in concurrence with that assessment.
Board members flip on there.
I concur with all you've summarized, and the only thing did you mention that there's 10 years on the sex offender registry and that there's a protective order in place just for the record.
Yeah.
And the protective order goes to 2073.
Yep. So I have halfway house, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with the victim LJ.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nothing else.
Oh no, so right now
regarding Ludin Valdez 445-538, I moved to grant parole on or after February 28, 2025 with the following stipulations: halfway house placement, problem section halfway house placement if necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim LJ. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Valdez has been voted to parole, and his stipulations will be explained to him prior to release.
Yeah, it was a minor. Hey, so okay, so right now they didn't translate that last part because that last part they're deliberating, they're talking amongst themselves.
En el caso de Valdez, número 445-538, hacemos una moción para otorgarle su salida bajo libertad condicional efectivo hoy 28 de febrero de 2025 con las siguientes condiciones: ubicación halfway house de ser necesario, no contacto con menores sin el permiso de su oficial de supervisión, no contacto con la víctima LJ y programa de manejo de ofensor sexual en la comunidad.
Gracias, Dios me los bendiga a todos y muchísimas gracias.
God bless you and thank you. This concludes the parole hearing for Ludin Valdez 445-538.
Immigration, I'm
All
pretty
set,
sure.
Mr. Valdez, you'll get all your paperwork next week.
I know when this originally started, they had spoken about immigration, so I'm assuming immigration is going to pick him up.
I will take Boyd.
Got it.
Thank you, Cornelia.
Teacher, this.
Good morning, Mr. Boyd.
Morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Ronald Boyd, 292649.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ronald Boyd, 292649. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed, suspended after serving 2 years, 6 months, followed by 5 years probation for identity theft third, failure to register as a sex offender, larceny third, failure to appear first, illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol and drugs. He also has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is failure to register as a sex offender. He also has a 27-month federal detainer that is running concurrent to his present sentence. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 6, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, voices, and he's currently participating in the CLIC program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Mr. Boyd, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you could be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Boyd. I feel that I should be granted parole because I learned a lot from Voices and the life skill program. And I learned to not put myself in a position where I have to go out and scam and do not violent crimes, but crimes to make money and just go out and get a job. Since I've been incarcerated, like she said on the record, I'm at the AA program for alcohol. I completed life skills, Voices, and I'm currently in the parenting program. I do have children that I'm missing out on. I do have a job waiting for me. Before this happened, I was going to CDL school at Allstate in Seymour, Connecticut, training program. I would like to, if I'm granted parole, I would like to go back and complete that program. And everything else, as far as I learned not to put myself in a position where I have to go back out in the world, society, and hang around the wrong people that put me in a position where I have to put myself on the front line and go out and commit crimes again and stuff like that. It's something that I don't want to do again. I just want to get the shot to show the world and society and people that on the board members today that I can go out and do the right thing and put this behind me and not come back, have you guys come back and come in front of you guys again. So that's how I look at the parole situation. I did have the federal sentence that was concurrent. I take full responsibility and accountability for the identity theft charges, the victims, the impact that it put on their businesses and stuff like that. One thing I did learn about the Voices program, I try to put myself in the victim's shoes. If it was my business that got money taken away, if it was, sexual assaults, robberies, violent crimes, if it was my friend, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister, how would I go about doing it? It's not a good feeling. So I see things that this is my first time, actually taking it serious and not just going in one ear and out the other. So it's just I learned a lot, and I'm just ready to go back into society and be there for my children. I just lost my grandmother. My mom, she's sick and she's currently on a heart monitor. So I just want to go back out in the community and just try to be better and strive to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. So, it's been 10 years, but you know how this works. We've taken a look at your background, what you've done since you've been in. Your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions, and then we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you an answer. Okay.
Okay.
And this kind of complex, because you got a federal detainer running at the same time that runs out in June, and then your sentence runs out in September.
Right.
So it's okay. So you know what we're dealing with, right?
Right.
Questions today. We'll start with board member Zappa-Sasser.
Good morning, Mr. Boyd.
Good morning.
So thank you for preparing your opening comments that gave us some insight as to where you are thinking about right now. As Mr. Pohl said, we've looked at a lot of reports, and there's a lot in here based on your previous criminal activity. And I have to tell you that it was chaotic and it was erratic, and there's a lot that's happened to you in the last 20 plus years. There's a lot of different charges all over the place. And then there's, interfering and evading and all these things where it seems that you just aren't following the rules. And then you had, special parole violations, and you had absconding, and this is your third incarceration. So honestly, it's great to hear you say that you're taking in the programs and actually understanding what it means, because you're turning 40. So there's a lot to be said for that. And if that's where your mindset is, I'd like to start there in terms of asking you directly. Some of these charges involved substances, but you claimed that you didn't have any issues in one of these reports, but now you're telling us you're going to AA and taking programs. So tell us about your substance abuse issues and where you were and where you see yourself now.
Well, back then, I never had a drug issue back then. I never did drugs in my life, but I would just cope with drinking. It would help ease the pain as far as my childhood, everything I went through, not having my parents, being in foster homes, and not having nobody there. But like I said once before, I take the AA, and it's a great program for me. And like I said, if I'm granted parole, I still look forward to having a sponsor on the outside and going to AA meetings and bettering myself, and still going to meetings every week, along with the employment and job that I have waiting for out there for me, the CDL training program. Yes, I am getting up there in age. I mean, my mindset now from back then, from before, is totally different from now. I made a lot of poor choices, but I just felt like I just need that shot to prove to the board today, and the panel members, the board members at least, that I can do what I have to do to be responsible and take into consideration that he's going to change, and he has changed, and I take the accountability for everything that happened, and not make excuses for it, and not minimize anything. So all I'm asking for today is just a shot. That's all.
What do your children think of all of your criminal activities?
My children, I have a 19-year-old. She's, I explained to her about my background, what happened, and stuff like that. And she felt like that, things happen, people are not perfect, but my mom, she was an addict. So currently we talk now every day, but she just told me today, when I go in front of the board members, just tell them that I need the help, when I get out there, to just go to programs, go to AA, find employment, take advantage of the resources that's available to me, and not hang around the wrong crowd of people that's going to indulge in criminal activity, and just go the other way and avoid it. So that's what I want to do today and in the future.
Have you identified a sponsor?
Yeah, I was going to sponsor to my aunt house, but in December, like I told Ms. Logan, that I didn't really get into detail with, but my aunt was going to be my sponsor, but we just had a house fire in December. So
and all my family is from New York and like Georgia. So like, I mean, I think like right now, honestly, me being on this the panel today, I think I really want to start from the bottom of everything and just get like paroled or stipulated to like a halfway house or something like that. So I could start and they can help me get a job and job resumes and stuff like that. I do have a job waiting for me, but I would just like to start there and not just be, you guys just put me directly on the street. I could just go and have them help me.
I know that your drug and alcohol score is low in comparison to what we see a lot. But in terms of the sponsor that I was referencing, I was thinking about a sponsor to help you through the STEPS program and AAA and that type of thing. Do you have anybody in mind for that, or are you going to come out into the community and solicit one as you go to these programs?
My sister I talked to my sister too, we talk about it. And like, she's a DTF worker. She doesn't drink at all. So I was talking to her about the anonymous programs and the steps. It's 12 steps. So I'm on my fourth step right now. It just don't run through the steps 1 through 12, but I read the books every day. I study every day. I still attend it weekly. Like even if I'm denied parole today, like I'm still gonna go to fatherhood program. I'm still gonna attend AA. I'm still gonna take advantage of all the resources and stuff like that. You know, I'm not gonna get discouraged of the situation. I just need help and an opportunity to get out into the community and make a better change for the society and people and also my children. You know, so I have a 3-year-old son. So, you know, I just really want to be a role model for him and just take the opportunity to not disappoint anybody anymore and not to come back to this place at all, because I can't work in here or do anything.
Right. So in going through the programs, you did identify in your previous statement that some of the risks and triggers are people that you shouldn't be hanging around with, that type of thing. Are there any other risks or triggers that you're concerned about when you're eventually paroled?
No, I'm not. I don't even associate myself with those people anymore. So my situation now is just for me to just stay on track and do the right thing and not indulge in any, like I said, any criminal activity, no police contact or anything. So.
Okay. In terms of the financial crimes, during one of the interviews, you took full responsibility for those.
Yes.
Why were you doing that? Was it an economic issue? You needed to make fast money?
It was a way to make fast money because of my background. You know, I had the sex offense on my record. So every job that I would go to, it like they would hire me and then they would just turn me away. Like once they found out my background, I don't have, you know, I caught that case when I was 19 years old, it was 20 years ago. So it's like, it was just, I would get discouraged and then I just found a way to try to make fast money and that's how I was surviving.
Okay. And in terms of the other things, you actually denied some of the interactions with the police during some of those arrests. Do you not have a good relationship with police?
I don't have any problem with like authority with the police. It's just that sometimes, you know, like when I would get pulled over and stuff like that, because I do have an auction license, a dealer license, so they were always asking where do I get the vehicles from. You know, like it would just turn left thinking that I have a gun or drugs or something in the car, and it would just turn from a routine traffic stop to them asking me 1,000,001 questions, and I didn't do anything wrong. So, but like I said before, I take full responsibility and accountability for everything that happened, and this won't happen again. I can guarantee that it won't happen again, but I'm just looking for the shot and the opportunity to prove to you that I have what it takes to go back into society and do the right thing.
So your release plan is now going to be the halfway house. You have, we received a letter from the CDL company as well as your mother. And you also have the opportunity to work at the trash collection business as well. So legitimate employment. Are you on the books and paying taxes in that job? Or is it under the table?
No, it's on the books and taxes.
Okay. And you had mentioned at some point that you would consider restarting your car business as well.
Yeah.
Is that a future goal?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Boyd, I'm a little confused. So you say you couldn't find a job because of your criminal history, yet you had
Thank you, Ryan.
an auctioneer license so that you could buy and sell cars. Why weren't you doing that?
I just started doing that back in 2022. It just started like right before I came to jail. 2022 coming into 23, I just started.
Okay. And
So was it
why
some-
were you? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It wasn't something that I had years ago before this happened. It was something I just started doing.
Okay. So you also have a number of, well, you have failure to appear first for not going to court. Why didn't you go to court?
I have documentation for that. They would schedule me when I was fighting these cases. I had docket numbers on the same day. Bridgeport, Hartford, and Derby. They was all on the same day. So I would tell my lawyer that was representing me that this happened to me like 2 or 3 times where they were scheduled on the same day. And even currently here, sitting on the floor, man, I have documentation stating that they gave me court dates on the same day. It wasn't that I wasn't showing up or anything like that. I always show up to my court dates.
So why did you plead guilty to the failure to appear if it wasn't your problem, wasn't your fault? It was the court scheduling you for the same day for all those courts, and you had documentation.
Well, the first time that this happened, the lawyer told me that don't worry about it. She would get the failure to appear vacated. So being that I had a Hartford case and a Bridgeport case at the same time, she would tell me that she would consult with the other attorney, which was in Hartford, and they will come to a conclusion where I can't be in 2 places at one time. And it happened to me twice. So like even when I'm even incarcerated on this time, it happened.
Okay,
Yes.
usually you have to fail to appear a number of times before they actually convict you of it.
Right.
They may order a rearrest, but usually it's if somebody is habitually not going to court, that's when you end up with the charge.
Yes.
Man, that's
You
what I'm
also
saying.
have a number of failure to registers as a sex offender. Why are you having so much trouble sending your address notification?
It's not his fault. They're setting him up.
I have documentation for that too. Like I said once before when Miss Logan, that they would send me the notifications. I would send it back through the mail. So the last time that this had happened was in 2020. They said I had a failure to register. I called the state police and I told them what happened. They told me that I was in compliance. Then when I went to court for it, they told me I had a warrant, but I showed them all the documentation. The judge gave me a promise to appear. Like he does have certification because I sent it in certified. At one point, I was sending it in regularly through the mail, but then somebody told me to start sending it in certified. That way I won't have to issue. So that's why I started doing that.
The dog ate it.
So this has been a repeated thing where they say they get it, they don't get it, but I'm showing the documentation that I did have it.
Well, you have a number of convictions for it, though. I would think that if you have documentation.
It happened to me like 2 or 3 times already.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And like I said, it even happened to me when I was inside of a REACH program. It happened to me, and they took me there to register, and it still didn't get to them, and they still violated me for that. I have no control if they're not getting the mail, but I'm calling them, asking them if they're receiving it. They're saying, yeah, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Boyd, you're fine. You're in compliance. But every time a month will go by, 2 months, a warrant will come out. And then I got to pay for it. I got to go to court and pay for it.
You can watch him right here.
You seem to have a lot of miscommunications with just about everything you try to do. Court dates, the mail, and then these new charges. So some of these check cashing schemes were close to $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
Who was coming up with, who was stealing the checks that you guys were cashing?
It was an older guy at the time that I went to a friend, he would just tell somebody to just go and deposit a check through an ATM. Possibly sometimes the check would clear, sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes it would give you a cash advance. And we and other people would try to take the money out, and we would just split the money. But we wasn't getting like a lot of money off. Like it was just basically like, I don't know if they were still in the checks, but I was going personally to the ATM and depositing it. So I take accountability for that. Yes.
That's a
How
surprise.
much restitution do you owe?
Free checks.
8,000.
Like, what makes you think you're gonna deposit a
So
check?
you did the sex offender treatment program. Did you do that in the community also?
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
Did the Voices program. And you also have New Thoughts on your OAP. Are you on the
Yes.
wait list for that?
I signed up for that. It's not on my OAP. I just signed up for it.
Are you on the wait list?
Yes. It's a new program they just started that they're not sure when they're going to start it.
Now, tell me why you had so much trouble on community supervision. You've had 6 times that you've been on community supervision and you haven't completed any of them successfully. I counted 7 violations on your one special parole term, 2 violations of probation. Why do you have so much trouble on supervision in the community?
You see, what had happened was,
Well, like I said before, back then I was not really thinking responsibly like how I am today. I'm more responsible now. It's like now that I'm older now and I'm getting older, I see the things that I was doing before, or opposed to back then. And I just basically wanted to do, I thought I had it all figured out back then. I wanted to, it's like I didn't want to listen to no authority. I didn't want to listen to anything. I just wanted to do things my way. But as time went by and I started growing, I started maturing and doing better with myself and trying to do better, I started thinking differently. So that pattern of Ronald is not the same person I am today. That chapter is done and over with.
Do you have a valid driver's license?
Yes, but it's currently suspended, but my mom just paid the restoration on it. So when I come out, I can have a valid driver's license.
And then once you finish your federal sentence, you'll have 3 years of probation with that also.
Right.
So 5 for the state and 3 for federal probation. For
Yes.
federal. Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Smith Palmieri.
what do you guys think? Do you
Board
you
members
feel like he
Applesex.
deserves parole after all these
So-
excuses?
Mr. Boyd, I think in reading the documentation, we can tell that his childhood definitely negatively informed, a lot of what I think transpired in his early years with a lot of bad decisions and activity. It appears today that he is taking some responsibility and acknowledgement of those bad decisions. He has acknowledged that alcohol may have played a role in that. And he was thoughtful in his responses about the Voices program, which I think I was very happy to hear because of just the wide range of offenses that we were seeing. He states that he has community support with a sister and others. He talked about being committed to the 12 steps and needing a sponsor. And he has preferred placement within a halfway house, in his own words, because he needs the focus and structure. And honestly, after seeing all of this, I think that that's, a big understatement. However, with all of this chaos, I do believe that he has a good grasp of what's required now. He's turning 40 years old. He has a promise of employment. He wants to continue his CDL training. He has made arrangements to restore his license. He has 5 years of probation with this particular sentence. And then my colleague just referenced some of the federal requirements. I really do believe that if he keeps an open mind like he has with the programming that he's done within the facility, if he keeps an open mind with the resources available to him with probation and understanding that the role of the probation officer is there to help him, that I think that that is going to be very useful for him in order to try to gain some type of organizational control over what he needs to do to be successful. So I am prepared to suggest that he be granted parole today, although I do want to, I need clarification on that whole federal detainer piece and how that fits.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So I agree with Ms. Zappa-Sassu in her assessment of Mr. Boyd's situation. He does score at a moderate risk to reoffend. The offenses before us today are nonviolent in nature, and he does have an opportunity to turn things around. He's got a large restitution balance, so he's going to need to get a job and address his substance abuse needs in the community. But I do think that he has, he is older, and I do think he has the opportunity to be successful if he sticks to the plan. He'll have 2 probations running at the same time once he gets through.
Hey, I pray for the community if he gets out
today. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for him to get help if he asks for it, and a lot of monitoring if he's not choosing to do the right thing.
No, mom.
And I think it's important to note that if you, Mr. Boyd, choose to not do the right thing, your sentences, well, you're going to come back and finish this one, but the future sentences are going to be even longer than what you think. This is I think this is your 3rd one. It's not going to get any easier.
I know that. I'm just asking for opportunity today, miss. That's all.
Opportunity for what?
So to start the conversation, I had no alcohol consumption, no contact with co-defendant James Ryan Sawyer, a halfway house placement, I don't know, do we need the no driving if it's currently suspended but being restored?
I would.
I would do the no driving.
Okay.
He has to be driving under the influence. He'll
Yeah.
have to, he'll need to get the breathalyzer for the car.
And then I don't know what to do with a federal detainer.
We have to federal detainer.
Correct.
It's a federal detainer.
Yes.
Hey,
One, my
Chicali,
question is on the problem section.
you showed up late,
Yeah,
man.
I don't know about that one
This
either.
is the 5th one today.
It wasn't, the failure to registers were what
Yeah.
we had today, but I don't know about that one.
And I think the other 4 before, they were
I do think
Hispanic.
that we should approve it because
And
that's
they all
his
got
history. He was
paroled.
a short-term sex offender
Same
treatment
type
program
of charges.
Well,
on the facility.
It-
So that would be the program to follow that. And
Today-
if they'll assess him and he doesn't need to continue.
Today was
treatment,
SO Friday
they'll
or
discharge him.
PDF Friday.
But I think it's to Mr. Boyd's benefit to take care of everything.
Okay.
Okay, so
This is Connecticut.
Ronald Boyd Jr., 292649, moved to grant parole on or after February 28, 2025, with the following stipulations. Release to federal detainer, no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without permission, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, and no contact with co-defendant James Ryan Sawyer.
He's
Is there
a
a
SO.
second?
Second.
Those in
SA.
favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Boyd, you've been voted to parole.
Wood
You're
chipper. I
gonna have
vote
to
to
make
parole to a
really
wood
good
chipper.
use of your time, because you go
I
from
will.
here to your federal sentence. Then you come back for a short time where you can hopefully get your feet on the ground into a halfway house, and then and then keep going like you've been talking about.
Damn,
I
Kit
will.
Kat.
Well,
That's
I
all,
made
man.
mistakes in the past, but I'm the better person today.
That's not a mistake. That's a choice.
This concludes the parole hearing for Ronald Boyd, 292649.
A mistake would
Thank
be like if I left a gallon of milk outside after I got a glass of milk. That's a mistake. Now, like
20-year, I would take
planning and doing those type of actions.
No, not.
That was a choice. That was premeditated. You know what I'm saying? Close all the windows and doors. Hey, I do that all the time. You just never know. There's some crazy people out there. Definitely not a mistake. Yup. Hey, and if you guys wouldn't mind, let's go ahead and let's get a collect call, roll call going on. Where are you guys tuning in from? I see we got 114 on one, we got 84 on the other, and on YT we got 27. So we got about over 200 people watching right now. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. Damn. Baltimore, Ukraine. What? Phoenix, Arizona, California, Connecticut. Let me see. Next court's gonna
Be right
be
there, they'll be right with you.
in
okay?
14 minutes. It's already up running on, if you want to check it out on YT. Virginia, PA, West Virginia, California, North Carolina, Chingators. I can't even see. I don't even. Montana, free 99, Indiana, Guam, woo, Boston, Massachusetts. Hey, I heard immigration was gonna go down to Boston, Massachusetts, and they said, "Chales, we're not gonna have that. They're not gonna take Juan, the jardinero. They're not gonna take Consuelo, the babysitter." Hey, I respect that. Shout out to Boston, upstate New York, Miami, Florida, Missouri,
We'll be with you shortly.
Maine.
Just taking a short break.
Is this live? No,
Okay.
it's from earlier
Thank
today.
you.
No problem.
Florida, Melbourne, Australia. That's right. Blondie Rules, Georgia, California, Louisiana, Phoenix, Arizona. Man, we got all over the place. That's what I'm talking about. Las Vegas is 702. That's what I'm talking about. Mars, Chingators, K, coming in from all the way out there. Canada, from our neighbors up north. I'm double tapping when I'm watching. Hey, thank you. Really appreciate it, Joe. Highly appreciated that. Appreciate that. Let me see. We got Mount Vernon, Washington. Let me see. I'm new. What's your live about? We do job interviews here for people that are going to be coming out of prison, and we just quiz them to see how they're going to answer. Now, these are parole board hearings, and we just seeing what's going through these gentlemen's minds or these monsters' minds, depending on what they did. I'm laughing my ass off. Chicago. Let me see. Shut the F. That was hilarious. 305. Let me see right here. Connecticut, VA. Who else do we got? Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. If I didn't mention your city, my apologies. I didn't mean to Colorado. Let me see. Can I get a discount on that free 99? Hell yeah. Definitely. Hey, what's up, Abby? How's it going? Free 99. That's right. How long was the last dude locked up before they paroled him? I'm not even sure. I was in the middle of a call, so I missed a lot of the last dude that was on. If you guys mod me, bro, mod me. I'll mod you. If I see you in the next one, I'll mod you on the next one. I got you. 10 years. He did 10 years. It was 5 tats. Let me see. Follow the creator. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Highly appreciate it. Let me see. Charlotte, North Carolina. Man, I was out in North Carolina like last month. I was out there all over the sticks, if you will. He was already in for 9. I was out in what was it? Damn, I forget the names of the places. But it starts with an L, and I think the other place starts with an R. Let me see. You can mod me if you need a mod too, but no pressure. All right. Let me see. Gracias. You know what? Like you know what? The chat's normally pretty good. I don't think there's too many people tripping on the chat. So I do appreciate you guys for coming in here and keeping it civil and whatnot. Hey, what's up, Ostrich? How's it going? Yeah, I think you guys are a pretty good bunch. I appreciate you guys. And let me see. Go chat here. Yeah. What do you guys think this guy did right here? Looking like he's a deer in the headlights over here. Like he didn't do nothing. Let's see what he did. Hey, what's up? How's it going? It was Sharon. I think that's what it is. Yo, no drama here is good. Yeah. Omaha, Nebraska. That's right. The Midwest. Let me see. He looks like I wouldn't do anything bad. I'm guessing SA again. I think SA. You said this is in Connecticut. This is right. I believe this is Brooklyn. I don't know
Good
Good
afternoon, Mr. McCready.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Pearl Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 25th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Helen Zappo Sastrum.
How you doing today?
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
What up, Tracy?
John McCready, 276381.
John
This hearing
McCready.
is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for John McCready, 276381. He's serving a sentence of 15 years, executed suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 15 years probation for illegal sexual contact victim less than 13 years old. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years.
How old?
As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 5th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, voices, and he works as the janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range.
Low?
Mr. McCready, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
I'm
You
gonna
may
look this
begin.
fool up.
Yes, I appreciate you seeing me today.
He sounds a little bit
I feel like
zesty.
I should, be given the chance to go home so I can reestablish myself. I have a job when I get home. I have my wife that's standing by me. Excuse my fiance. I also found a doctor where I can go. In Mansfield, Connecticut. That's I forgot the correct terminology. That's basically that can meet my needs.
Meet your needs. That your needs. That's what you got you in this whole mess.
I just want to be able to get a chance to prove myself.
Prove yourself.
Thank you, Mr. McCready. Oh, is that it?
No, I appreciate you, for just seeing me today.
Trying to sound out proper.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCready, for your opening statement. And we've read about your background,
Yes.
what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, and the interviews that you had with the parole officer, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right, and we're going to start, we are going to start questions today with Board Member Smith Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Creedy. So I was listening to your opening statement. It didn't give us very much insight into what you've taken away from some of the programming that you've done at the facility, or, you mentioned treatment in the community, but let's go back. Let's start at the beginning. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the charge that you're incarcerated for. So you're incarcerated for illegal sexual contact of a minor under 13 years of age. And I read that you admit to some of it.
I admit to all of it.
You admit to all of it.
Yeah, I've had time to sit there and think about everything, and I excuse my language, I felt real crappy about everything. I got daughters myself, and I'm taking accountability for everything.
Osito.
I've learned, I'm sorry.
That's the right start. Go ahead, keep going.
I've learned within the voices classes, and in so many words, it was my fault. I shouldn't have did what I did. Again, I'm taking full accountability for everything. I want to be able to make amends, because I know that, it's not just me that's suffering, there's everybody else around me and the victim.
I would say, you need to reverse the order of the people suffering a little bit,
I agree.
The victim first.
I agree. I'm just nervous right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going here. So you take responsibility. I hear that. You did participate in treatment, which I think is important. Why do you think you engaged in this behavior with the child?
He's a sexual deviant.
Honestly, I have no answer for it.
Opportunistic.
I really don't have no answer for it, and that's why I want to take a step forward and get the treatment that I need, so none of this will ever happen again.
There's only one way to
Our
stop
goal
that.
is that the goal
with
for
a silver
everybody is
bullet.
that this will never happen again. That's why we have you participating in treatment. So I was reading the sex offender treatment evaluation where you said, I didn't do it. Then in the discharge summary from treatment, you said, I didn't do it all. And today you're saying you take responsibility for everything.
Yeah, mainly because I've had a lot of time to sit back and think about everything, and it's about time I take the responsibility, you know, for everything I've done. And again, I got daughters, and I want to, you know, put my best foot forward, you know, showing them that I can't be accountable, you know, for what I've done, and I want them to be proud of me. You know, I want to go home and do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
And you have
Walk in
not
front of a
yet been
bus.
able to identify why you engaged in this behavior.
I'm sorry.
Am I hearing you correctly? You said when I asked you why you engaged in the behavior, you said you didn't know.
I mean, I have no excuse for it. Yeah, I chose my words wrong. I just don't. There's no excuse for anything. There's none. And I want to take full accountability for it.
He chose to
Right, you
pick
keep
on somebody
saying
that's
that.
weak or
And
victimize the weak.
we give you credit because today you're before us and you're saying, yes, I did this. I sexually assaulted this child. But I need to, what I'm trying to get from you, not what I need, but what I'd like to try and get from you is you've participated in 16 weeks of treatment.
Yes.
When I read the summary and it says that at the end of treatment, you say you didn't do it all, and today you say you did. I'm wondering, you know, how much you got out of treatment if you were still in a stage of denial for your behavior. So I want to hear from you. When you finish treatment, you should be able to identify risk factors, triggers. Tell me about some of those.
From what I learned, you know, risk factors that, you know, I guess it was just me being in a situation where I shouldn't have been, where I shouldn't have put myself into. I shouldn't have touched her. I shouldn't, you know, again, me taking full responsibility for everything. I shouldn't have did it, you know, anything that I've done. I wish I could apologize to her because, you know, from what I learned in the sex class and what I learned in All Voices, you know, she was the victim, and I feel crappy for everything I did. And again, it's falling back on her, and she's gonna have trust issues all her life, and just because of me. And not only that, my daughters, you know, they're going through it as well because their fathers are in prison for this.
There's no excuse. I mean, what can he possibly say?
I want to be able to, you know, do the right thing when I get home. You know, go to therapy. Go, you know, to be able to, you know, be able to make something of my life.
Too late for that.
And we want you to go in the community. We want you to attend treatment. We want you to benefit and be successful in that treatment. In the treatment program that you were in,
yes.
They talk about cognitive distortions. Do you know what that means?
I actually been looking that word up, and it still confuses me because there's a couple of definitions of it, but it's mainly about you taking, you know, responsibility for what you've done.
In your
Am I right?
dreams? Well, yeah. I mean, and you do take responsibility. We're hearing that. But I'm trying to get to a place where you can recognize how your thinking was distorted when you committed this offense. What were you thinking that attracted you to a minor child?
That's the question right there.
That's the whole point. I wasn't thinking at all. And
you were.
Now that I had the time to sit there and think about everything, it was like I shouldn't have been in the situation where I put myself into. I shouldn't have, you know, violated her trust.
And you know what the scary thing is there's a lot of people out there that'll do these type of actions. That's the scary part, and
So
it could be anybody.
When we talk about thinking and what was going on at the time, did you think that she was interested in you? Did you think that she was enjoying it?
In my mind, yes. And I was wrong. I was wrong for it all.
He victimized a child in the worst possible way.
Again, I wish I could take, push back to the hand of time and go back and, undo it. Because again,
You want to undo it
I had
because
plenty
he
of
got
sleepless
caught.
nights.
That's the only reason
Think
he wants to
about,
undo it.
what happened, what I shouldn't have done, and what I could have done. I talk to my daughters, and I hear the hurt in their voice, and it kills me.
It kills you. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, my kids are staying by my side and say, they love me, but I still hear the hurt in their voice because of everything, and I can only imagine the hurt in Maya's voice.
So when we talk about a relapse prevention plan, at the end of your treatment, you had to identify what your triggers were, what your risk factors are, and then develop a plan to be in the community and not impose harm, right?
Yes,
so what have you developed?
Me and my fiance, we actually found
fiance.
First and foremost, she's my
She's asking him what you.
She's the one that's going to be my support system. My daughters as well. And I also found like I told you before, I found a psychiatrist up in Mansfield, Connecticut. That's C. I think that's
so certified.
Yes, and it's kind of far from where I'm at, but I'll make sure I'll get to it. She's in Mansfield, Connecticut, and they'll be able to take my insurance. So that's basically my plan so far. I just have to get over this first hurdle, and being able to make it out into the world and be able to prove myself not only to myself, but to my fiance and my kids, because they're the ones that mean the most to me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I want to follow up with something. So I read in the documents that you identified a trigger as being around young children. Do you recognize that as a trigger for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your plan for managing that trigger in the community?
To keep my head at work, and if something that was to arrive, to be able to have the support system of people that I can talk to.
This is another PDF.
We talk about people, places, and things with substance abuse, right? Not putting yourself in places where you will be triggered. So how do you plan to manage that?
Make better decisions and not put myself in a situation where I'm going to have to be like that, or going to amusement parks or something like that.
Wood chipper. Amusement parks. All you gotta do is you open up your phone and you got it right there. What do you mean amusement parks? You don't gotta go anywhere for that.
You've been on probation before. This is not your first arrest.
Yes, I had just finished probation before this happened.
Yep, he got
that. I actually discharged off of it.
But now that you mentioned theme parks, we might as well ban them from theme
When
parks
did you
and
probation?
schools,
I have that probation.
rec centers.
Well, it was continued in 2019 following a violation.
Yeah, I finished in 21. So I came home 2016 and I finished in 21.
Wood chipper.
I got let go early.
And then you have an interfering and a breach of peace that you had conditional discharges for in 2022.
Yes.
Were those domestic in nature, the breach of peace? Is that a domestic case? No?
No.
Because you've had some struggles on community supervision, right?
Yeah,
why do you think you have so much trouble?
My neighbors, not making excuses, but my neighbor that where I was staying at, they were actually just, it's something where it's picking, and they were picking fights on the people where I was staying with, and I was basically trying to do the right thing and staying by them, and it just kind of blew over one day.
So when the offense actually occurred, you were still on probation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to your probation officer, tell them that you were struggling in the community?
Yes.
You talked to the probation officer?
When I actually went to community health center in Middletown. I asked for help, and I ended up getting psychiatry help by community health center. I went there for almost 3 years. Probation, they commended me for doing so, for asking for help, because it said that not many people would ask for help.
They give you attaboy.
It took me a long time to be able to get myself established, and right before all this happened, I ended up getting a job where I was on my supervisor at Cyclone Industries.
They gave him a shiny little star.
Pretty good money, and again, it took me a while. So a lot of people wouldn't rent me apartments. I couldn't, a lot of people wouldn't hire me.
I wouldn't even let you take care of my pet egg.
I ended up getting a real good job, and it was through a friend that I was doing side work from.
Gold Star PDA 5 PDA. Tic Tac.
And your release plan is to go to a halfway house?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I finished the halfway house in 2004 or 2005. I was in Isaiah House in Bridgeport. I ended up discharging out of there.
Shit.
So you find that that's a place where you think you'll do well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you want to go back to try and get on a fishing boat or some other job?
Yes. I was working for Westport Fishing out of Bridgeport. I was inshore over there, and when I went offshore, I was out of Freeport, Long Island, and we were going for 4 or 5 days at a time working on the lobster boat. But we were working 18-hour shifts, and it was tiring, but it was fun work because I was seeing new things every day. I mean, not a lot of people. I'm sorry, not a lot of people could do that type of work, and it was pretty strenuous, but I did it, and I ended up moving up north, and I got a job working at Delmar Products. I ended up hurting myself. It was kind of ironic, so I would have thought I would hurt myself on a boat because it was a lot more strenuous.
Too bad you didn't get lost at sea.
I got 3 tendons torn on my right rotator cuff.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah, I did read that you had some injuries from a work accident.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. McCready, I appreciate you answering my questions. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Stafford Saxon?
No, my big question was around
wow.
triggers and risks, and I think panel member Mary Smith did a great job with getting to the root of those.
Yep.
Well, you know what? The only good thing is that if somebody searches his name, they'll come up with his YouTube link.
Significant criminal history. With recent convictions in 2022 for breach of peace and interfering.
What do you guys think? You guys think they should let him out? Should he get a second chance?
Convicted while he was on probation. I appreciate that Mr. McCready sought treatment in the community on his own. I appreciate that he's already investigated treatment in the community. Whether he goes there or goes where parole or probation will require him, he will have treatment. He has no disciplinary reports throughout this term of incarceration. His 10 years on the sex offender registry. So here's what I'm struggling with. I think that Mr. McCready, and I think he participated in the Voices program. We didn't really talk very much about that, but I got a sense from my questioning. I could hear some of the Voices program coming through. He did successfully complete the short-term sex offender treatment program.
My personal opinion on this,
I'm a little gray
is
in trying to figure out.
There's 2 options, okay? No, we'll do 3 options, okay? My first option would be a wood chipper. All right, wood chipper would be feet first, okay? Second option would be silver bullet. All right. And I'll give you guys a third option for those of you that don't feel that the death penalty is correct. We'll do castration. All right. Those are the only 3 options I got over here.
Before the board today, where he says he takes full responsibility for this young person.
Those are the only three options I got. Castration
But yeah,
without
we're dealing with,
representation.
just the stages of acceptance of,
Yes,
know.
that's, you are correct.
Right.
Shark Tank. Hey, I like that one. Shark Tank. We might
But
have
you
to
know,
throw that one in there.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time
Rio.
determining
What's
what
that?
Mr.
Wood
Creedy
chipper.
got out of
Electric
the
chair.
treatment program.
Hey,
And
I'm gonna have to add that one.
maybe as the questioner, I was,
Hey, so I bought a new. I ordered a
taking
new thing
notes
from
and
eBay.
focusing on my
Hopefully, I'll get it in the
questions
next
and-
week or so. I'm gonna be
and
able to have
need
9
to
sounds
hear
now.
my
Because the one I got
colleagues
right now only has
more
4.
than what I think I heard.
I think the acknowledgement is there. And even in the one of the treatment
Option 3
synopsises,
with
he
piranhas.
acknowledged the feelings at the time of excitement, then
Hungry
shame. And
Lion
to me,
Cage.
that means that he's recognizing
You guys are a creative
that
bunch.
the behavior is wrong and that it needs to be dealt with. I did hear offender change. I mean, obviously, I agree with you on, the backstory, that there's a lot going on here as well. But I will give him credit for being thoughtful in terms of thinking,
Thoughtful?
and setting things up to be successful if he were to be released.
Hey, I don't get this board. Like, a dude gets caught with a gun, they don't let him out. But these
in
dudes,
his
they let them out
eval,
like nothing.
He
They practically gave him the
he
key to
gave
go out.
him, did he appear to understand some of the protective factors he'll need to continue
3
to
admitted
decrease
to his
likelihood
mom.
of offense?
Yeah.
This board is twisted.
It's like he's on that way. Everything that's said here regarding this, that he participated in the group.
Yeah, it is like that a lot.
And that
Tammy, thank you for the follow.
they said in the eval that on static 99 he shows as a low risk
Low risk.
to recidivate, in a sexual offense, and that's
Now,
what
for
we're
whatever
dealing with
reason,
here today, right?
for whatever reason, I don't understand
is. I
where they
mean,
come
I
up with
think
this,
we also
but
have
those
to
type of
consider that
crimes,
he does have
they're not considered
history.
violent
Very
offenses.
significant criminal
Make it make
history.
sense.
And that he was on probation for, at the time this offense was occurring.
Yep. Right, Taurus? Hey, if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99.
Would you have them do something additional?
Well, that is my flip side,
Mhm.
right? I mean, prison is punishment too,
Yeah.
right? It's a
Yeah.
punishment. It's consequences
Yeah.
for the offenses. And then the goal is that individuals
Yeah.
will do programs to give
Incompetent,
them
straight
that
up.
start to being successful in the community. So he's done it. We know that Mr. McCready will be
Right.
required to do treatment in the community. So, and he's done voices. So in terms of what else he could possibly do in the
Connecticut.
community, there were some other programs, not in the community.
He's
while
a
he was
SO.
incarcerated. There was, I see People Empowering People was added to his OAP.
You know what? And it's just not Connecticut. A lot of states are like this.
I don't
Kentucky's
know
like
that.
this.
To me, I don't know that that's a program that
Utah's
gets to
like
the heart
this.
of the risk. I'm looking at 15 years
Happy
of probation,
Friday.
10 years on the registry.
There should be lifetime registry.
That's an awful lot of
Indiana is-
supervision in terms of,
Nice, John.
at the same time, he's going to be engaging in counseling in order to continue the path of why he offended and obviously to ensure that he doesn't offend in the future. My comfort level was centered around those factors.
If this guy gets
Honestly,
out,
I came into today's
this will be
hearing
the
after
6th dude they
reviewing
let
all
out
the documents,
that has those type
with
of
a question
charges.
mark. I needed to hear Mr. McCready a little bit further and answer my questions. And I think you, my colleagues are correct. He did answer and did.
He has daughters. He has, I don't know,
trying to
two
get to the heart
daughters,
of it.
3 daughters.
Yeah, it got better. I mean, I think that there might be some nervousness here, but I think as you continued your sequence of questions, I think my confidence
they're gonna let
level
him
was increasing.
We're talking about 2 years of parole supervision, basically.
Mhm.
It's 2 years out. And there's,
Yeah, you know what? I personally feel that
he was working.
when you're a
You know,
deviant like
he was-
that and you can't control yourself,
Yeah, I'm,
you're gonna come back.
you know, I was on the fence, but I would be comfortable, with granting discretionary
Lex?
parole today, knowing that we'll have conditions in place
yeah. I mean,
to either help him along
right.
or to provide that in-depth or that
Thank you
higher
for the
level
follow,
of
Uzi.
community supervision that this case will warrant.
Right. Well, he rates out, low or low moderate.
That is true,
and
Michael.
Sex offense, he's
Thank you for the follow, Michael.
moderate, but not high or very high.
This is Connecticut. Last name is
Any
McCready.
other instruments.
First name is John.
Moderate, high, moderate, and low moderate on the static 99.
Low
Yeah, and if you're looking at the,
What, Michael?
that,
I'm off. No, I got 2 accounts, Michael.
that
Maybe
was
you're following the
done
other
by
account.
Brooklyn, he rates out low.
If you haven't done so, please
Appreciate
do
the
so. Be
discussion.
like Michael. Hit that follow button. It's free
So
99.
what would we have him do?
Well, halfway house,
Yep,
community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors,
yep,
no contact with ME,
yep.
mental health too, but as he said, he has insurance, can address that on his own. And then I think for risk, we've covered the necessary programming.
Mhm. All right.
Get ready, guys.
So
Get
regarding
ready.
John McCready, 276-381, I moved to grant parole on or after February 28, 2025.
No, I didn't see your
with
question,
the
Haley.
following conditions: halfway house placement if necessary, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim ME. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
What up, Matson?
Mr. McCready, you've been voted to parole, and you know what you need to do. You need to get out there and you need to do it. Okay?
Yes.
Ah,
I
wow.
appreciate you so much. All 3 of you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, concluded the hearing. Did you have something else that you wanted to add, Mr. McCready?
I really do appreciate all 3 of you and
Michelle,
for
thank you
giving
for
me
the
a
follow.
chance. I know I can achieve everything that you've put forward of me. I know I could finish on parole and probation with ease. I'm not a problem person.
With ease?
I just want to be able to get home, get myself established, get the help that I need.
This is from
And with
today,
you,
but it's not
you
live.
granted me this today. I know I can achieve it. And I appreciate you.
Well, Mr.
Thank you.
McCready, the opportunity to get health with services will be available to you. So you need to advocate for yourself.
Quit.
I appreciate it. And I will.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you so much.
This concludes the parole hearing for John McCready, 276-381. You're all set, Mr. McCready. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Okay. Thank you so
Hey.
much.
You're welcome.
You have a blessed day.
So this dude's already messed up because he thinks that being on parole or probation is easy. I'm gonna tell you from personal experience, probation is not easy. They make it very difficult, and they do make you jump through hoops. So for this fool to walk out of there thinking that there's gonna be a walk in the park, I don't know what reality he's living in, but he's not living in this reality
I'll
because
make my way
he has
through
something else coming his way.
relatively quickly here.
Probation is freaking hard. It's hard. I'll tell you, like I said, from personal experience, like some of the shit that they will do to me, it was no fun. It's like sometimes I'm like, man, damn, this is what I get for putting myself in a mess up situation. Now these are the type of things I gotta deal with. What do you guys think this next individual is gonna be coming up here for? What do you guys think he did? I see my probation officer every 2 months. You see, great point. So if that fool thinks he's gonna be
Good afternoon, Mr. Rivas.
cruising on
Good
by,
afternoon.
nah.
How y'all
My
doing?
name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record.
Listen to his name if you want to look him up.
Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Samuel Rivas, 355-276.
Samuel.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Samuel Rivas, 355-276. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, executed suspended after serving 30 months, followed by 5 years probation for assault on public safety, assault second, victim elderly or other, and 2 counts of illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
Wow.
It is unclear as to whether he has to register as a sex offender from a previous offense.
Ooh.
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 28th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, voices, and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the high range. Mr. Rivas, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
It depends. Sometimes they'll let him out the next day, or sometimes they'll give him a date in the future. This was, he's not even ready. He didn't even bring a piece of paper, even a napkin.
Being incarcerated and being sober, I realized that I did stuff that I was wrong of doing.
Yeah, he was a PDFer.
Being incarcerated, I just
also
worked on
elderly
steps
abuser.
of, changing. And, if I do go home on parole, I'm going to seek help for mental health and psychological stuff I've been going through.
Psychological stuff, like
my
what?
Hartford County. I'm just.
Wow.
I changed. I'm a changed person. I'm not. I've done stuff that, mistakes and stuff like that, but.
Mistakes.
I'm just looking for an opportunity to go home and raise my kids and be a better person. Be a productive member of society.
No, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. This is you. Have you been before parole before, or just probation? Okay,
just probation. Just
probation.
Okay. Yeah, this is my first time.
So what we do is we've read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, and based upon that, we have some questions, and then we'll get to determine whether you're suitable for parole and give you an answer. Okay?
Yeah, I'm just a little nervous. I've never been through this before.
All right. Basically,
nervous?
what we do, this isn't about whether we like you or not. This is about what's in front of us, right? And I'll tell you that what's in front of me doesn't look good at all. Okay. The PCP use and the assaultive behavior, and the operating under the influence, which PCP, you know that there's nothing good that ever happens on PCP. You have to, right?
Right.
And that's the thing. And to get a suitability for parole, we have to get to a place where we believe that if you're released, you're not going to offend again.
Yes. Well, okay. I'm not gonna. I've taken the steps for, and I realized that PCP is something that I do work on, and I'm not going to use anymore, because if I wasn't on PCP, I wouldn't be incarcerated right now, you know, and I realized that. And that was that's like one of my favorite drugs that I was always taking, you know, since I was a kid. I've been using PCP since I was like 15, 16 years old, you know, and
he did, Crystal.
The outcomes
Crystal
hasn't been good for me. I always end up in incarceration, and like, I'm just tired of coming to jail because of PCP. Like that day that the incident happened, I was so stressed out and stuff. I didn't know what to do.
Right, Miss Butterfly.
So my coping skill was smoking PCP, and then I don't remember anything that happened. I was hallucinating that day. I don't remember anything that happened. I'm not a person that abuse people. I like helping people out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a certified mechanic, and
helping old ladies
And I
walk across the
100%
street,
believe that.
opening doors.
I 100% believe that.
If somebody's
Okay?
walking in the rain, you're holding a
But the thing
umbrella
is
for them.
that you used PCP, and that's what happened, right?
Yeah. But if
like,
y'all give me, if y'all give me a chance to prove myself to y'all, like if y'all do let me go home, that I will try to find like a drug program or anything to show that I'm ready to give that life up. And I've been ready to give that life. I've been locked up for 2 years. And I was around PCP in county and other jails, and I didn't use because I'm done with that. That's right. I'm no more with that, you know?
So where I'm at with this and what I've read, okay, your end of sentence is in July.
Yeah.
That's correct. And,
that's a good one.
And then you're going to go out to 5 years on probation.
Mm-hmm.
And that probation, being in one place with one officer, dealing with your case, for me, it's the best scenario, right? Because rather than dealing with a parole officer for 3 months and then going to a probation officer in dealing with the kinds of things that you need to deal with, you know, that transition from one to the other isn't going to be a great thing for you. The Tier 2 program, you gleaned some good stuff, you learned some good stuff in there, or you learned some stuff that you already knew?
I learned some stuff that I already knew from the past of, you know, I've been in inpatients before.
Yep.
And the new stuff I learned, I always try to go back to the coping skills, but sometimes I relapse because, you know, we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. You know, I'll get so stressed out, I'll relapse because I don't have a sponsor or anything to help me, you know, and.
So that would be a good thing to get, right?
Yeah.
Two different charges, Haley. One was
and another good thing to get. Counselor Rex there knows how to get in touch with CCAR.
Abuse of the elderly and
they
MSA charge.
They deal with co-occurring stuff. So you might want to talk to Rex about that so that you can get help on the way out the door.
This is Connecticut.
I mean, that's important because if you use again, where are you going to be?
In jail.
Sitting right back there again. You don't want to do that, right? So now's the decision that you need to make to go get help. Right?
Right.
And the thing is
there is, it's right here.
When you smoke, you know, there's an assault to an elderly person. You know, it's like we do things that we're not proud of, right? That's not who you are. You just said it, right?
Right.
The only way you're not going to do that is by getting help so that you don't do that.
Go to my profile.
Right?
The links are on my profile. You're welcome.
I mean, I don't need to really go into much more. You know where I'm coming from.
Grandma Gator.
You know, I really do wish you well, and I want you to get get out there and be successful. But it counts on you asking for the help you need.
I have been, you know, I got, for Thursday, I got to see Rex for car, I think.
Oh shit, it's buffering. Hopefully it squares itself away. But for anybody that wants to watch these, I stream these daily, every day, Monday through Friday on my YouTube channel at Collect Call From. I normally do them without any commentary. So if you like the nice and quiet, then definitely check it out. If you like the interaction, then you're gonna have to check me out whenever I jump on TT. That's the one I normally do the commentary and whatnot. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything, and it's tripping. Let me see. What are we at? We're at 3 hours and 54. 3 hours and 54. Let me try to move it back a little bit. Let me check it.
So not proud of, right?
Okay.
That's not who you are. You just said it, right?
They let the other guys out.
The only way you're not going to do that is by getting help so that you don't do that.
They've let six of these guys out today.
I mean, I don't need to really go into much more. You know where I'm coming from. You know, I really do wish you well, and I want you to get out there and be successful. But it counts on you asking for the help you need.
I have been, you know, I got, for Thursday, I got to see Rex for car, I think.
Shit. It's getting stuck. Let me see. Let me try to move it up a little bit. What? Let me see. 354. I'm gonna refresh the page to check if that fixes it. I'm not sure what happened. I guess my $10 internet might not be working. So I'm going to refresh it and hopefully everything gets squared away. So we were off at the 3 hour and 54 minute mark, if you will. Let's see if it's working or if it's tripping. Let's see, 354 right here. Let's see.
I think the car program, and so I could get help when I do, if I do EOS. I already have something going on because I've been planning this for a while, you know.
Planning what for a while?
Because I feel like honestly, I'm not gonna get parole. I know you're not gonna parole me, so you know that's what I already feel. I already know that, you know.
Then why'd you show up to the parole hearing for?
This case, but even if you don't parole me, it doesn't mean like I'm not looking to change. I'm not trying to bullshit none of y'all because I'm an honest person. You know, I did my mistakes and I'm paying for it now. You know what I'm saying? And
I hear you. Take the help that Rex is trying to give you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always
Any questions?
Yeah.
Who the hell is Rex?
I don't have questions, but I
What up, Nisha?
I do feel that I have a need to comment on a couple of things, Mr. Rivas. Because when I review your interview with the parole officer, I want you to think about some of these answers that you gave her, because it will make or break how you do in the community. So you took the Tier 2 program and you said it was not informative. You know, we get people, hear me out. We get people all the time that have done lots of inpatient programs, outpatient programs, but you get out of it what you put into it. You should be able to walk away with something new. You should be able to have something from that program, not it wasn't informative. And when you do programs like the Voices program and you say they couldn't relate to your city life, I'm going to guess that probably 75% of the people that are incarcerated live in the cities. and
Yeah,
take
but-
these programs, let me finish.
Awa.
And then you say you're the victim. You know, because you're incarcerated. It's not easy to be incarcerated, but the Voices wants you to think about who's affected by your actions. You know, even somebody that sells drugs has victims. So, you know, I'm happy to hear what you have to say, but when I read statements like that, it raises concerns for me about your thinking and how you're processing the events that brought you here today.
Yeah. But like the Voices program, that teacher, he was against, but like he was always against like the city people. You know what I'm saying? He like, I couldn't agree with some of his stuff. You know what I'm saying? And the victims, I am a victim because I got molested and I got raped. I'm a victim. We all victims. Well, I don't know if about y'all, but I'm a victim. I put myself as a victim because I went through that. I get abused here by the COs every day or every other day. They talk down on us. They think they better than us. You know what I'm saying? They verbally abuse us. That makes us a victim. Only because they don't put their hands on us, and they do sometimes.
Okay.
You know, they don't see that. But y'all see, let me talk. You talk, let me talk.
He's
like,
getting denied. He is definitely going to get denied.
I've done programs here that I've done all the programs to comply. You know,
Go ahead and have to get one of these right here.
It was good to if I would have got to go home, but I got 120 days left. That's nothing.
Right.
You know, that's nothing.
Compared to
I've
what
done
you've
that 4
already
times
served,
already.
it's not a lot. But I feel like things you should think about. That's all. Because really,
I always think about it.
Okay, but you're 41 years old. Now's the time to make that change, right?
Yes, it is.
You, like you said yourself, you've got a lot of issues in your past that you need to come to terms with. And so maybe therapy is a good place for you to start, right? Smoking PCP just makes you think crazy thoughts and do crazy things. So now's the time to turn it all around. That's all I'm saying, is to think outside the box a little bit.
No, it is true. I'm over with smoking PCP. Yeah. I'm done. I wouldn't be in this situation if I wasn't smoking PCP.
I hope so.
I don't want to do 120 days.
People in the community, and when they
You better
use that
believe
stuff,
that.
it's all bets are off, right? You do things that you never thought in 100 years that you do. Yeah. So, you know, I felt it's important because we want you to do well, right? Nobody wants to have you back in jail. You do well, the community's safe, you're successful. It's a win-win all the way around. So I just give you a little food for thought with some of those answers.
Yeah, you know, like I was just speaking from the heart, you know. And
we see a lot.
We appreciate it.
We see a lot of people turn their lives around. So it's on you. So best of luck to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Next.
Have nature and circumstances occurrence.
What was the second one?
Sorry, we died on anyone.
Just nature and circumstances.
Right.
Yeah. And inadequate evidence of offender change.
Okay. Regarding Samuel Rivas, 355-276, I move to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstances of the current offense and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And parole for Mr. Rivas is denied, and we hope that he goes out and gets the help that he needs.
This concludes the parole hearing for Samuel Rivas, 355-276.
Hey guys, so if you guys want to continue watching this, I would ask you guys politely if you guys could come over here and jump over to my YT page at Collect Call From. There's about an hour left on this hearing. I gotta go ahead and out. I gotta go ahead and head out for a bit. I'll probably be back later on in the evening. I would appreciate if you guys hit that follow button. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. And don't trip, I'm not gonna be hitting you up like in a month. I'm not gonna be coming at you with like some sob story that my pet rock was hurt and he needs surgery, or a tire blew out of my Huffy and I need to get it replaced and I'm a little bit short on change. I don't want that from you guys, but what I do want is a follow. I do want some of your time. 10 more minutes laughing out loud. And yeah, that's all I want. I want to grow this channel. I want to grow both of my channels, if you will. And you guys are the ones that could help me out. That's all. That's what I want from you guys. Like that money situation. Hopefully, it comes down in the future. But I'm not looking to get that from you guys. I'm looking to get that either from TikTok or from YouTube, if that makes any sense. If you will. Thanks for the live. Enjoy it. Yup. Yeah, I gotta head out for a bit. So I just paused it. So like I said, there's about an hour left of it going. I'll go ahead and keep it going on YT. I always do that, even when I'm not participating in these streams. I always got them running, whether it's parole board hearings, whether it's the initial appearances. So I got two streams going over there right now. I got the initial appearances and I got the board of parole hearing. So if you do jump over there, just make sure you select on the right one, because if not, then you might be looking at a initial appearance from Maricopa County. Anyhow, hey, I do appreciate you guys. Hey, Ryan, thank you for jumping over. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you guys jumping over. Anyhow, hey, I am Collect Call James. You guys are watching. You have a collect call from. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. But if you're on YT, don't go anywhere, because that stream is going to continue going. It's just TT that I'm going to go ahead and cut. Appreciate you guys. I'll go ahead and see you guys in a few hours, all right? And with that being said, I'm out. A rato. All right, and for those of you that are coming over or on YT, I'll go ahead and continue the stream. Like I said, it has about an hour left, or about 47 minutes left before it cuts off. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my mic and turn off the camera, because I am not gonna be here. I gotta go ahead and I told my wife we'll go out for dinner, so that's what I'm gonna go. That's what I'm gonna go do right now. All right. I hit play. All right. You guys have a good one. Hey, thank you for coming over. For those of you that jumped over from TikTok to come over on YT. Hey, Eleanor, the other stream, the one from Maricopa court, I guess it ended already. The next court won't start until 7 p.m. So that'll be about another 2 hours and some change. So they only run for like about normally about 30 minutes to an hour. So it looks like this one might have been
Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory and required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Satsu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Victor Rivera, 285140.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Victor Rivera, 285140. He is serving a sentence of 20 years executed suspended after serving 6 years, 9 months, followed by 10 years probation for sexual assault second, victim age 13 to 15, after more than 3 years older. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, voices, and he works as a janitor. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Rivera, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to have a chance to come out and do programs. If I can do programs, see mental health, and also be there for my family, help them, be there for my son. And the most important is eye surgery, to get out and get my eye surgery done, because I'm in a waiting list for surgery. And
Is that it, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what's going to happen here is we've looked at your past, what you've done to bring yourself to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, and based upon that and the interview with the parole officer, we have some questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to start questions today with board member Zappo Sastrum.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Hello.
In terms of the offense that's before us today, you did take responsibility for some of it. But I also just wanted to check in with you because your account of what happened is very different than the victim's account. You said you were coming out of the bathroom, she was naked. Her account is that you brought her 3 different times in a car where the offenses took place.
Yes.
Where's the truth in this discussion?
It happened in my house. When I went to the bathroom and I came out, she was naked under the blanket.
So why would she make up an elaborate story about being in your car and going to the beach in Stratford twice and Field Park in Bridgeport once?
It was more story about that she lies a lot of stories that I threatened to kill them, that I had a gun, and it was a lot of stories that I raped her, and her mother also was saying the same stories.
Okay. So you're saying, though, that at one point in time, you had consensual sex with the victim, and from that one time, she became pregnant?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, so obviously we now know that that was illegal based on her age.
Yes,
So can you talk to me about what you learned in both the short track sex offender program? We'll start there.
There was this custom was when I was a guy and like a club, and they was drinking. A girl, he met up a girl in the club. They were both drinking. They went to a hotel and they had sex. That's it was under the influence.
But this was a subject matter from the class?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What insights did you learn about yourself taking that class in relation to what you did?
Made the wrong decision, and I didn't know the consequences, so I took the fully responsible what I did.
Okay, and tell me about what was wrong with what you did.
She was underage.
Anything else?
No.
Well, do you feel that based on the relationship you had with her mother, that maybe you were someone that she considered an adult that she trusted?
Yes.
So you were in a position of trust, and then
I
the
messed
offense
everything
happened.
up. Yeah,
Okay.
I messed everything up.
Okay.
I took full responsible for everything.
Okay. So moving forward, let's talk about your voices class. What did you learn in voices?
Respect all the people's decision and answers.
Who were the victims?
The victims, my ex and her daughter.
Anybody else?
No. They was the one, the victims.
And during the period that you've been at the facility, Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
you've been there for over 3 years at this point. What have you been thinking about in terms of what's going to happen when you come out in terms of your behavior and the changes that you're going to make?
Not do the same mistake that I did and make it better, and try to get somebody who can I could talk to, like a counselor, and mental health, see a mental health person.
What do you think the benefit is to getting mental health counseling for you?
Really good, because I'm gonna have somebody who I could talk to and express myself.
Okay. And do you feel that you have identified any risks or triggers that you might have in the community? Are you attracted to young girls?
No.
Okay. You have not gotten in trouble while you've been at
Yes, ma'am.
Brooklyn, right?
Yes,
What
ma'am,
else?
yes.
What else have you been doing to keep yourself busy while you're in jail?
I read the Bible and do Bible study.
I want to talk a little bit about your criminal history. You know, you've had some things on your record since you were 17. None
Yes.
of them were sexual in nature.
I have nothing sexual, no assault, no weapons, no drugs, nothing.
Okay. So in terms of these, I'll call them property crimes, burglaries and trespassing, larcenies. What was going on back then that you did those types of crimes?
Young and dumb and hanging out with my cousin.
Okay. Because this is the 5th time you've been incarcerated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what's the motivation to make sure there's not a 6th time?
Do the right thing.
Because you're 44 now, right?
45.
45. Okay. For your release plan, you talked about going to your mother's
Yes, ma'am.
or I think a halfway house might be an option as well, because I'm not sure your mother has a Section 8. Have
Yes,
you
ma'am.
looked into that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm concerned about your job. You said in one of the reports that you wanted to open up your own business to be a mechanic,
Auto mechanic, yes.
which is great. That's a really good goal. But, you know, in the meantime, you're going to need to learn to make some money. And opening a business, you have to have a significant amount of money in order to do that. What do you see yourself doing for a job right away?
Go back to my job. I talked to my boss, but he was in vacation. I try to make him to send a letter to you guys. I don't know if he did it. But my plan is go back to work and do my side jobs as an auto mechanic too.
So the job that you want to go back to, that's in the construction field?
Construction, landscaping, demolition, snow removal. Everything is a lot of everything at once.
Okay. All right. And you believe that he will take you back as an employee?
Yes, man. I also have other bosses that I had jobs with them too. Just in case if I don't get one job, I have other jobs.
Okay. Okay. Those are all the questions that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So, Mr. Rivera, when you were getting sentenced, remember being in court for sentencing, and the judge asked you if you wanted to say you were sorry to the victim, why did you say no?
They didn't tell me nothing about that.
I have here, when asked if he wished to say he was sorry, that you said no. It's pretty clear in the transcript.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Because I speak English, but I express myself more in Spanish. I didn't have no translate person. Well, when I pleaded guilty, I talked to my public defender, and I took full respect, fully.
Mr. Rivera, why did you get engaged with the victim? Why did you have a relationship with her? Why did you have a sexual relationship with her?
With my ex-girlfriend?
No, with your ex-girlfriend's daughter.
I didn't have no relationship with her. But
She's
me
the
and her
victim,
mother, yes, ma'am. When me and her daughter had, it was a friend with benefits, because she had a relationship. She had somebody living with her. She had another person, and she had me.
So I also saw that you learned in treatment that 16 is not old enough to consent. So before you had a sexual relationship with this young victim, you didn't know that she was too young to consent?
I didn't know the consequences.
You didn't know the consequences?
I didn't know the consequences, and it was it was something that I avoided many times, and it just happened one time, and it was a stupid decision.
What did you avoid? How do you avoid these situations in the future?
Yes.
How? How are you going to avoid it?
To avoid it?
Yes.
That's what I asked somebody who I could talk to, like a counselor and a mental health person.
Okay.
Somebody that I could express myself and talk to about any problems.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Rivera, did you have any difficulties understanding the program materials when you were in class?
Oh, no. Sort of.
Did you ask questions and ask for help?
I asked questions. I have many questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further?
I can.
Board members Zappo, Sass.
So I find the offense that we're discussing to be an egregious misuse of judgment. And I'm concerned about the disparity between the account given by Mr. Rivera and the account given within the police report of what happened. But that aside, Mr. Rivera has taken the appropriate and relevant programs. He has been employed within the facility, and he has no discipline reports during this period of incarceration. He is a moderate risk for recidivism, and he rates low to mod on the static 99. His criminal history does not have any sexual offenses within it, which I was taking as a positive coming into today's hearing. He also doesn't have any substance abuse. And there was a period of time of almost 12 years where he was successful in the community without any type of issues. I am struggling today a little bit to hear, responsivity to some of these programs. And I don't know if it's because Mr. Rivera is nervous or if there's other issues at play. He does acknowledge and take some responsibility. He, as I said, participated in the programs. He's motivated to do well in the community, as he's told us. There's been a general identification of him making wrong decisions and needing to do better. And he's identified that he needs somebody to talk to in order to continue to work through some of these behaviors with mental health counseling. He has a release plan that's a little shaky, but he does tell us that he has a promise of employment with a previous employer. I would like to talk about the fact that I'm not sure if the mother is in Section 8 housing, is that a problem?
Sure.
It will really be up to PCS.
Okay. All right. So maybe, okay. So then that was the only thing that, you know, I think I'm open for a conversation.
So I have some similar ambivalence to what was gained from the program.
Mm-hmm.
Even just that first initial sort of description of a story that maybe they talked about, or a movie. I'm not really sure what context that was. You know, I'm just, doesn't really give us what he gained from the program. Although the summary that which is what we have to go by, says that he was a participant, he developed a relapse plan. I kind of go back to Ms. Zapasasso's outline of his criminal history, and that there's nothing of these types of, nothing sexual in nature on it previously, and that he does have some significant gaps where he is living productively in the community. I question whether there's cognitive issues or it's a language deficit, but I do, with all that said, I do see that Mr. Rivera is a moderate risk, has support in the community with his mother. He does have children of his own, one being an adult already.
And the thing is that
No disciplinary.
Right.
Place.
No, right.
There's a protective order in place until 2099. The backstory or the true story will likely come out in intensive treatment in the community. So I know we don't typically retry the case or rehash. We are looking for certain factors in terms of offender change.
Right.
I think we do see some offender change.
I think we do. In a suitability and public safety risk, I don't see it that he is a risk at this point, but I'm concerned about that. I can't hang my decision on evidence of offender change through programming, because I think he's just struggling a little bit to talk to us.
There's a piece of that that's done inside, and then there's even a more extensive piece done on the outside. And, you know, we're dealing with, I don't know. I'm with you when I don't hear a lot of offender change, or even maybe a moderate amount of offender change, but it's where else are we going to have programming that will continue to move him forward? He's over halfway done with his sentence, but it goes for another 2 years, 3 years. I mean, if I'm looking at suitability, do I believe that he's going to go into the community and commit an offense of this type again? And I don't believe that's the case based upon his criminal history, not containing anything that remotely even looks like that. It, like you said, they're all property crimes. There's nothing here that's assaultive. There's nothing here that's domestic in nature or anything like that. I just don't. I hear you. I hear the reluctance, but in terms of,
I think we've heard acknowledgement of consent, and it's in the summary that he's learned the process.
Right.
Developed a relapse plan, which he articulated today, that included mental health treatment. Staying away from the victim. I'm at a grant.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, again, and it's buoyed by the fact that there is 10 years of probation in addition to what would happen today, and then the registry, or there'll be some accountability. So I have no contact with victim SC.
Yep.
Halfway house placement if necessary.
Yep.
Problem sexual I had evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No contact with minors. And I had a question mark next to the mental health evaluation, but if that's what he's seeking independently.
So as we learned, as we learned in training with this, when we're dealing with problem sexual behavior, if there's a mental health piece that's missing here, they're going to seek that out, right?
Right, through the treatment for sexual problem behavior. Right. And so that'll be addressed within that program.
Yeah.
And probably addressed more with a focus on what the behaviors of this crime.
Right. So are we good with that? Okay, so regarding Victor Rivera, 285140, move to grant parole on or after February 28, 2025. The following conditions, stipulations, halfway house placement if necessary, treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim SC. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rivera, you've been voted to parole and your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release.
Okay. Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Victor Rivera, 285140. Mr. Rivera, you're all set. You'll get out your paperwork next week.
Thank you. God bless.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Sastrum.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Paul Sastrum, inmate number 354009.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Paul Sastrum 354009. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, executed suspended after serving 42 months, followed by 30 years probation for enticing a minor by computer. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 10, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, the Voices program, and he's currently enrolled in the CDL program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the high range. Mr. Sastrum, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would definitely like to go home and put myself in more sex offender treatment long term. I definitely need more of that treatment that they don't really provide here. The short term was helpful, but I know that I need that independent. I'm going to actually pay for individual therapy. I want to also get mental health evaluation done through the connections or what else is out there. I know I need to definitely work on myself more than focus on others. I have a plan to be at work a lot, helping my family, helping myself. Really, the treatment part is definitely beneficial for me that I know I need. And I'm also going to focus on the CDL, going home and getting my license, which I did not have. Being a lot more open and honest with my boss, my family, myself. I was being very manipulative. I was being very, I can't think of that word, selfish. I wasn't thinking about others. I was just thinking about myself. I was very impulsive. I've learned in here to really focus on myself and not be around other people, staying ticket free, having good jobs, not really relying on other people where before I was. And that's what was getting me in trouble was all that other stuff. But I definitely want to get a lot more treatment for myself.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sastrum. So we've read about your background, what you've done during this incarceration. In your interview with the parole officer, and based upon those, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And we'll start questioning with board member Smith Palmieri.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Sastrum, I listened to your opening statement and I hear a lot of good things in there, right? I hear that I need more intensive treatment. I hear a recognition of some of your behaviors that lead to reoffending. So I think it is important that you recognize the need for more intensive treatment. And whether you seek that on your own or when you get out to probation, I think all of that will benefit you. So I just have a few questions. You know, you have a number of sexual offender type convictions. You have a number of violation of probations related to new violation behaviors related to sexual assaults. You've done a lot of. Why do you think you're struggling, and not still struggling, but why do you think you struggle and are unable to go get help when you find yourself in a relapse space?
The main part was that I was, and it's not an excuse, I was in a lot of the group settings and that wasn't very beneficial for me. And I was trying to work on getting independent, but that was when COVID hit, because I'm a lot more honest when I have an individual therapist, whether it's mental health or it's the sex offender treatment, and that wasn't provided for me. I have a hard time in group because having so much experience, I'm like that sponge that took the knowledge and squeezed it out rather than holding it in. And I was using my knowledge to then help others rather than helping myself. So I was actually taking what I learned to help them when I wasn't helping myself. And I was being very manipulative and I wasn't telling the truth. I wasn't honest with my family. I wasn't honest with my relationships. I was like, oh, I can get away with the little things. I can get away with the big things. Trying to mask it with work or just saying, oh, I'm okay. Where now, if I'm having a bad day, even in here, I don't care if I'm crying in front of 100 guys, I'm being a lot more honest with my family, saying, these are my struggles. This is my problem. I need help. Having to even like as simple as my boss. I thought my boss was only there to help me with employment. He's actually been a big support system and told me, I wish that you would have told me this because I could have kept you. I also learned that when I'm not working or if I'm like at a downtime is when my head starts going. I'm like, well, let me manipulate and try to find a cell phone or online or internet. And I need to, I can go to him and say, hey, listen, I'm having a couple bad days here. I'm going up the deep end. What can we do about this? Can we get some work on the side? Can I, being able to be a lot more honest outside of family too would be helpful. But that was my biggest struggle was the group settings. And that's why I said I definitely want to look into, even if I had to pay out of pocket and do individual therapy, I need everything I can to make sure that I hold that in like a sponge and not squeeze it out.
Okay, all right. I think that's insightful. Hopefully that helps you as you move forward in the community.
And the CDL is another thing I didn't have.
What's that?
Focus on. And the CDL is a new thing that I've never had, where I'm definitely going to be focused on a lot of schoolwork and my permit and my endorsement. But that's another big thing that's been helping me out as well, is to focus on something besides just always working, is schooling, to stay in the books and go to college, whatever I have to do.
So let's get back to treatment for a minute here. You participated in the short-term sex offender treatment program, but it doesn't seem like you really benefited from it. I read that you found yourself, it was not new information, and you found yourself helping others. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, out of all the treatment that I actually got in prison, the biggest help was actually voices. That was a smaller group. It was a smaller group, and it really made me have a bigger, really understand the impact of victims, not just direct victims, but indirect victims, and how my behaviors that are big, small, whatever, it impacts so many people. And whether it's financial, emotionally, there's so much involved. And it really was eye-opening to realize that I knew I had victims in the case, but like, how do I affect my sisters, my family, my people that knew me, my employers? Like, it really was like, wow, I fucked a lot of people up.
So aside from helping the other group members, were you able to focus in on what your risk factors are?
Oh, absolutely.
So can you give me one or two of them?
One of my biggest risk factors is being alone, like having, I need to stop using tunnel vision. I need to stop manipulation, but being idle, I forgot the word, risk factors for me is being alone and having too much free time, or even anything access to the internet. I told my mom to make sure that if I come home, all the computers are out, that change the password. I don't want any kind of, I need to be a lot more, I need that strictness coming from, probation, family, work. That's a risk factor.
I would imagine that there was a lot of restrictions on you in the community, which were outlined in your violation of probation on how you tried to circumvent, whether with a phone, the internet, you were on a dating app.
That was me being manipulative.
Yeah. All right. So you have 30 years of probation. I read that you thought that was too much probation.
It's a lot, but given the situation, it's fair. Since it's my fourth time, I wasn't expecting that many years, because it goes into my 60s. It's definitely a lot that I have to focus on, and know that every single day of those 30 years, I have to follow every rule of the law and probation without excuse. A long time.
Right.
But I have to,
And
I'm
you-
okay, I'm okay with it now. I accept it, you know. And I
Okay,
know I
You
have
have
the
life-
lifetime
you have the-
registry.
all right, you have lifetime registry as well.
Yep, and I've always been good with the registry, knowing that I was on time. I would pay the extra money to make sure it was there the next day. Even sometimes go there myself to make sure they had it. That I'm aware of that, and actually I wasn't really disappointed that I got life, because that was kind of in a way holding me back from trying to relocate to other states for like job purposes. Like one of my main goals is to go to, like, for instance, South Carolina for job opportunities. And I was able never to do that because I was afraid that if I did try to move or get away from the situations I was in, one of the restrictions of most of all states is that even if you only have 2 years of sex offender registry, you register for life in most of the other states. And the states that I wanted to go to for work and other personal reasons, I was like, I'm not doing that. It's lifetime registry. Now I'm like, maybe it's a good opportunity for me to relocate and start my life completely different around people that I don't know.
Okay, well, Mr. Sastrum, I appreciate you answering my questions. I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything further?
Just a quick question for Mr. Sastrum. We have your medical reports and you had acknowledged some diagnoses, which we don't have to talk about on the record because we have those reports. And you said that you didn't like the way medication made you feel.
Yeah, medication, I was on Ritalin. It was making me feel very ill. I was at like 86 pounds. I could never gain weight. I was anorexic and bulimic. I had a lot of severe mental health issues. And I'm actually willing to definitely try some. I'm sure there's newer stuff out there, and that's why I am open to medication, because there might be something out there that could help me with impulses that I'm not aware of. But that's something that I want to talk more with the individual therapist to definitely get because my diagnoses have been so long now. I haven't seen a mental health therapist that got a real diagnosis. I definitely would be open to their input, possible medication. The medication I was on, it just made me feel very sick, very ill. Just really screwed up my stomach, gave me ulcers, gave me other things that were medically. So medication scared me as far as that. Medically, it wasn't really my mental thing. I'm open to it if it's something that wouldn't really affect me health-wise.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Sastrum, on the more positive side, he has no disciplinary reports. He participated in treatment to address his risk factors. I think our issue here today is Mr. Sastrum's current charges, his criminal history, which includes numerous other sexual offenders type crimes. He has 6 failed opportunities on probation, which all stem from new criminal conduct involving sexual assaults. He readily admits today, that he's been manipulative and sought out ways to circumvent the conditions of probation and do what he wanted to do. I do think that Mr. Sastrum, will benefit from community supervision and community treatment, but for today's purposes, he is not suitable for parole today, discretionary parole, based on his high risk to reoffend on the static 99R, and his criminal history, which just really kind of spells out his risk and his inability to cooperate with the conditions and benefit from all the community super treatment that's had. Great. Nature and circumstance, criminal history, and say inadequate. Well, no.
That's those two.
Current offense committed while on probation.
Okay.
For those 3.
Regarding Paul Sastrum 354009, I move to deny parole based upon nature and circumstances of the current offense, criminal history, and current offense committed while on probation. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Sastrum, we weren't able to give you parole today. I really hope that you get out there and exercise those plans that that you talked about, because you don't want to keep coming back. And we don't want to continue to see more victims.
I agree,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Paul Sastrum, 354009. You're all set, Mr. Sastrum. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Thank you.
I'm all set, Darian. If you could just leave all the equipment on for me.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Mack, and today is Friday, February 28, 2025. This is a case review being held to set special parole stipulations for John Andrews, number 116439. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith O'Mary.
Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Thank you. On February 11, 2025, Mr. Andrews was discharged to special parole. He has a sentence of 42 months with 3 years special parole to follow. This time, the panel will now deliberate and provide their decision for the record.
Since we weren't able to reach out to interview this person to set these, and we don't have a lot to go on, the field was reached out to, and the field is suggesting that no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and problem sexual behavior treatment are the stipulations that Mr. Andrews would require. Is there anything else?
I'll second that.
No, that's what I also had in reviewing the documents that were available.
All right. So in regards to John Andrews, 116439, I move to set the following stipulations that will apply to special parole. No alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation, and treatment is deemed necessary, and treatment for problem sexual behavior. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. No special parole stipulations are set.
This concludes the case review for John Andrews, number 116439.
This also concludes the parole hearing for Brooklyn Correctional. It is 147